Good afternoon. This is the June 13th, 2023 regular City Council meeting. Would you please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Councilmember Harmon.
Here.
Councilmember Friedman.
Here.
Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Alejandro Gutierrez.
Here.
Councilmember Sneddon.
Here.
Councilmember Jordan.
Here.
And Mayor Russ.
Here. And then we have a ceremonial item to read.
Yes, item 1, Pride Month, June 2023.
Okay, so today on this proclamation, we'll come down and give you a moment. It was a little unusual. There's quite a few requests to speak on this issue, which is a little unusual proclamation. So I've got some folks here in the audience that have signed speaker slips. And as far as online goes, by the time I get done reading the proclamation, if your hand's not raised, then we're going to cut off the public comment request for then.
I don't have
There's going to be 1 minute per
sound.
speaker.
You kidding me?
Here to proclaim Pride Month for June 2023. Whereas 2023 marks the 54th anniversary of the Stonewall Riots, 6 days of intense protests in June 1969 following a police raid on the Stonewall Inn in Greenwich Village that specifically targeted lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer and questioning LGBTQ plus patrons,
Pues seguimos
which
con el
galvanized the
problema
worldwide
técnico. En cuanto lo reparen,
LGBTQ
volveré
plus
a
rights
empezar la
movement. And
interpretación.
whereas,
Les
despite
damos
much
una
progress,
disculpa.
many within the LGBTQ plus community still face discrimination and inequity for being themselves and being open about who they are and who they love. And whereas the LGBTQ plus community, along with advocates, allies, and organizations such as Pacific Pride Foundation, continue to fight for inclusivity, equality, and acceptance of the lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, and questioning community. And whereas the AIDS Memorial Quilt, created by the all-volunteer quilt project Gold Coast, reminds the world that tens of thousands within the LGBTQ plus community and others have died from AIDS, including local community members, and that many are still infected and battling the life-threatening disease. And whereas the city of Santa Barbara has long been a strong ally to the LGBTQ plus community, including its first ever openly gay member, Tom Roberts, and its landmark domestic partnership law for gay and lesbian couples, the first of its kind in the Central Coast in the years before marriage equality in California. And whereas the city of Santa Barbara has, for many years, included sexual orientation and gender identity in its non-discrimination policies, has appointed many LGBTQ plus residents to commissions and committees throughout the years, and has hosted the annual Pride Festival and other cultural events. Now, therefore, I, Randy Rouse, by virtue of the authority vested in me as mayor of the city of Santa Barbara, do hereby proclaim June 2023 as Pride Month in Santa Barbara, and I encourage residents to join in the celebration and appreciation of the LGBTQ plus community by taking part in local Pride events, visiting the AIDS Memorial Quilt, and becoming advocates for allies for those who reject prejudice. And we have certificates printed out for both Pacific Pride and for the Quilt Project. And I think I believe Keith Kaufman-Gray will present you those, Kristen Flickinger those. And would you each like to have a few words?
Thank you very much, Mayor Rouse. My name is Keith Kaufman-Gray, and I'm president of Quilt Project Gold Coast. My husband Neil and I have lived in the city of Santa Barbara for decades, and we just want to thank you very much for this proclamation for the Pride Month. Thank you very much.
Kristen Flickinger.
Mayor, City Council members, thank you so much. My name is Kristen Flickinger. I use she, her pronouns, and I'm the Executive Director of Pacific Pride Foundation. You speak about allyship in the proclamation, and I think that's a key thing for us to focus on. This is a moment when our community is under attack, and I don't use that hyperbolically. Over 400 pieces of legislation in the first 3 months of the year have been introduced across the country. We're starting to see some nasty stuff happening in our county. I appreciate you as leaders. It is important for LGBTQ+ people to see themselves reflected in their community and to see themselves represented by their elected officials. Allyship can be hard. And I hope it is not for you. I hope that you can just accept all of our thanks today. You deserve a lot of appreciation. We appreciate you for years and years of allyship, so thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we have a few public speakers here on this item, and once again, this will be limited to 1 minute. I'll start with Ashley Griffin, followed by Patricia McClancy.
Hello. My name is Ashley Griffin. I use she, her pronouns, and I live in Nolita. As an LGBTQ community member and ally, I am here today with my family to express our support for today's Pride Proclamation. I really want to thank the City Council members and Mayor Rouse who have proposed this proclamation in support of our community. It's really important for our family to live in a diverse and inclusive community because that means that we can feel safe. We feel safe here in Santa Barbara. Thank you again for your support, and I echo everything that Kristen said. Happy Pride Month.
Thank you. Patricia Clancy, be followed by Tanya Israel.
Hello. I just came today to thank you all for this proclamation and to say that as a resident of Goleta, it's really important to me personally that all the members of my family feel safe and welcome in the city of Santa Barbara. I think it's especially when there might be opposition that it's important to stand firm, and I just want to say that I will stand firm in my commitment with you. Thank you.
Thank you. And lastly, we have David Landecker. I've heard that name somewhere before. Mr. Landecker. Oh, sorry. Did I skip one? Oh, Tanya Israel. Ha. Sorry about that.
My name is Tanya Israel, pronouns are she, her. I'm a professor of counseling psychology at UCSB and co-founder of Biologue Santa Barbara, a discussion group for bisexual people. And I've spent the last quarter of a century researching interventions to support LGBTQ individuals and communities. Because LGBTQ folks experience negativity from family, peers, religion, and media, it's necessary to intervene, to support and validate, to help stigmatize members of our community overcome barriers and reach their potential. Pride Month is an intervention. The visible and vocal support of LGBTQ people in Santa Barbara helps to counteract negativity and promote psychological thriving. I feel so fortunate that we have elected officials who help to make our city safe and welcoming. Thank you all so much.
Thank you. Now, David Landecker. I was just so anxious to see you up here. I think I jumped the gun.
Thank you so much, Mayor. I'm so used to saying Madam Mayor, it doesn't even come out right. I am simply here, as I have been up there, to appreciate the council for this proclamation and to recognize that a proclamation for an event is nothing new. You do this every week. We've done this for, well, it was 30 years ago I was up here. We've done this for a very long time. And the point of it is simply to say, we see you. You are part of our community. We recognize and appreciate that. And you go about your business, we go about ours, but we as a city recognize you. We like to be seen, and that's all we ask for. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, very good. And that closes public comment on that item. We will move on to the, are there any changes to the agenda?
No changes, Mayor Rouse.
Okay, very good. Now we can move on to the consent calendar. You have some items to read, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Item 2, adoption of ordinance approving the 2022-2023 unrepresented non-supervisory confidential employees salary plan, ordinance adoption. Recommendation the council adopt by reading of title only an ordinance of the council of the city of Santa Barbara adopting the 2022-2023 salary plan applicable to unrepresented non-supervisory confidential employees. Item 3, establishing speed limits, ordinance introduction. Recommendation that council introduce and subsequently adopt by reading of title only an ordinance of the council of the city of Santa Barbara amending amending section 10.60.015 of the Santa Barbara Municipal Code by revising and establishing prima facie speed limits on certain portions of Alomar Avenue, Delavina Street, La Colina Road, Miramonte Drive, and Yananali Street. Item 4, water supply update and repeal of Stage 2 water storage alert resolution. Recommendation that Council A, receive an update on the city's water supply condition, and B, adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara repealing Resolution Number 22067, establishing a Stage 2 water storage alert. Item 5, best interest waiver for the construction of the Carrillo Pavilion windscreen project and Park Foundation funds resolution. Recommendation that Council B, adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara amending Resolution Number 22059, adopting the budget for fiscal year 2023 to increase revenue and expenditure appropriations by $131,479 in the Parks and Recreation Department fiscal year 2023 capital outlay fund for the Cabrillo Pavilion windscreen project. Item 6, amendments to professional services agreement for permit, plan, check, and inspection services resolution agreement. Recommendation that Council C, adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara amending Resolution Number 22059, adopting the budget for fiscal year 2023 to approve an increase in fiscal year 2023 revenue and expenditure appropriations in the general fund in the amount of $200,000 from building permit revenues projected to exceed the fiscal year 2023 revised budget amount by at least $200,000 to cover the cost of amendments to Santa Barbara City Agreements Number 26978 and Number 26979. Item 7, projects for fiscal year 2023-2024 funded by SB1, the Road Repair and Accountability Act resolution. Recommendation that council adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara adopting projects for fiscal year 2023-2024 funded by SB1, the Road Repair and Accountability Act. Item 8, subject intention to levy parking and business improvement area assessment rates and parking and business improvement area annual assessment report for fiscal year 2024 resolution. Recommendation that Council B, adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara declaring council's intention to levy parking and business improvement area assessment rates for fiscal year 2024 at a public hearing to be held on June 27, 2023 at 2 p.m. Item 9, acceptance of grant funds and contract approval for climate adaptation projects resolution agreement. Recommendation that Council A, adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara accepting 2 grants from the California State Coastal Conservancy in the total amount of $2,680,000 and amending Resolution 22059 to approve an increase in revenue and expenditure appropriations in the Sustainability and Resilience Miscellaneous Grants Fund in the amount of $2,680,000. And item 10, construction of fiscal year 2023 street-related concrete curb, gutter, sidewalk, and access ramps project and program support resolution agreement. Recommendation that Council F, adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara amending Resolution 22059, adopting the budget for fiscal year 2023 to appropriate funds for street-related concrete curb, gutter, sidewalk, and access ramps and program support. And finally, item 11, purchase of 222 West Anapamu Street, Police Department Annex Resolution Agreement. Recommendation that Council B, adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara amending Resolution Number 22059, adopting the budget for fiscal year 2023 for appropriation of additional funds for the acquisition of real property located at 222 East Anapamu Street.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Are there any items that anybody needs to pull from City Council? Very good. Do we have any request to pull items online, Madam Clerk, or anyone?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, very good. In that case, I will entertain a motion on the consent calendar.
Move the consent.
Moved by Friedman,
Second.
second by Harmon.
This is a motion by Councilmember Friedman, seconded by Councilmember Harmon to approve the consent calendar as recommended in its entirety. Go ahead and vote, please.
Resolution passes consent items passed by a vote of 7-0. Thank you. We'll move now to general public comment. And for those who are online, I will close the online hand raising at 20 after, along with also accepting slips with in-house. So we'll go to 3 minutes per speaker. First is Mark Wolford.
Hello, everybody, and Mr. Rouse, Mayor Rouse. I want to apologize for my past. Over 25 years ago, I was just a mess, and I did some stupid stuff, but I'm praying to God people will forgive me. It's been a long time, and I'm hopefully someday I can get a driver's license again. I've been up on that hill in over 20 years for any kind of misconduct, so maybe, I don't know, think about it, please. And I also want to talk about getting some speed bumps or something over between Hope and Hitchcock as they run through. There's people going over 50, 60 miles an hour through there. I've seen it with my own eyes. And let's see, and maybe up on Cliff, you know how they did Las Positas? I did talk to the vice president, and she told me, she showed me the blueprints. She said it's just a matter of the budget, the money, and everything else that's got to go along with it. So we'll have to work and wait on that patiently. And my health is kind of slipping into the abyss. I have been through a lot of surgeries in the last 4 years. I got a hernia to boot, and this hip is killing me as well. I want to thank Ms. Harmon for working with the local police department and trying to get everybody together to work with the public and whatnot. And I don't know. I'm just going to give it everything I've got and pray that everything works out. And you guys, all of you, thank you and God bless.
Thank you. E-Planet Thunderstriker will be followed by Art Ludwig.
I don't have anything prepared. I wasn't really expecting to speak. Last time or two I was speaking, the mayor interrupted me. I was trying to provide some information for context related to why something like a filing didn't go a certain way, and to discount some of the more obvious reasoning that it would be such. So, so he did interrupt me. Most recently, I was up with the International Committee Board. I was trying to talk to the chair that letter who I filed that had to be refiled was supposed to go to, and Holly interrupted. Everyone was sitting around, had broken up. The mayor, fortunately, already left. But, she was interfering with me talking to that person, and I've already stated before that Holly was the person who didn't take any public comments to general public or to individual council or anything like that, like a year before, and why I had problems over at the county administration, and why I was trying to talk about that. And the mayor was like, well, we're not going to talk about that. And then when I made a complaint about this paper not going through, and then supposedly my words were taken so that it would be like I was accusing whoever received that paper. And so anyways, I'm talking to John over at the council, and he's saying it's a human resources thing, and it was dismissed. But I'm just like, well, wait a minute, this paper didn't go through. So whatever I am saying or I'm not saying, we have to get to why it didn't go through. And I'm just wondering with the political corruption, the paper I submitted, I'm going to get to that in a minute, might be a reason why you guys even have a new city council. The local corruption got so bad that there was that issue. So anyways, I submitted a page today as written comments. It was submitted to the county on the, I think like the 6th of last month. Anyways, it's available online about how I'm dealing with the situation in the music industry. And this is probably what's going on here, why my sister city submission didn't go through. These papers, these are the things that the mayor knows about already, and it's like, well, this is something that they're not going to admit that they know about. I'm dealing with a lot of lawyers, politicians, Ms. Hartman, clearly, probably a few others, a lot of business people, and I know because because we now have this new female governor announced her candidacy for president a year early because of comments that I stated to the board a week before about a strategy for women politics. That's also smoke and mirrors. Trump and his Russian associates. I mean, it's just now evidence of the broken music industry that's been going on since the 50s, and it's not because of inclusion, it's because of corruption.
Okay, thank you very much. Art Ludwig, followed by Barney Malakian.
Oops. Mr. Mayor, City Council members, Congressman Gutierrez, new honorific, thank you all for sticking with it all through the pandemic and for your leadership in trying out new configurations for State Street. Only in the last meeting of the advisory committee did they learn that State Street is the north-south backbone of the city's bikeway network, and that according to traffic engineers, this function cannot feasibly be moved to nearby blocks without insurmountable design issues. And I came here today to spotlight another underplayed but even more fundamental role for State Street, which Congressman Oscar alluded to in the meeting. Like it or not, as many more people are coming to the South Coast due to state housing mandates, and they're coming without parking. This unstoppable population increase, if this leads to increased use of cars, both our treasured quality of life, the climate, and even convenient parking could be doomed. Some of you know me from my work with water, fire, and climate-safe adobe structures, affordable housing. I work on many aspects of design. I'm here to tell you that the most mission-critical action the city can take is to make it more viable and appealing for more people to live car-free each year. If per capita and total vehicle miles traveled decline, it could be nicer to live here in the future than it is now. Car-free people are a lot lower impact than on other residents and much easier to house affordably. There's a lot of buzz about perceived safety, but I think we need to consider actual safety as well. The other day, I helped dozens of little school kids get their balance and roll free on a bike for the first time. I teared up from the beauty of it, but also for shame over our failure to provide public streets where they could safely ride. State Street is the only car-free street in the city. It is also the incubator for people to most safely experience car-free mobility. I'm one of the grouchy oldsters who are bugged by the punks on e-bikes, but I think we need to keep this annoyance in perspective. This perceived threat is dwarfed by the actual threat of car-inflicted injury or deaths, a threat which has increased by 46% in California since 2010. Dwarfing even this threat, our kids face generations of hard work and sacrifice to repair damage to Earth's life support systems caused by our brief love affair with cars. It's more work to create a new system than to fit into an existing one, but with our wealth, skills, and favorable climate, Santa Barbara is well positioned to create and model a transportation system in which all roads are safe for all users, and it is practical and appealing for anyone who wants to live car-free. State Street is the delicate incubator for this sustainable future. I'm asking the committee and council to take this into primary consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Barney Malakian, followed by Jonathan Pu'u.
Good afternoon, members of council. Nice to see everyone again. I'm Barney Malakian. I'm here in my role as a board member for the Pierre Clisson Veteran Foundation, and I'm joined by the founding director, John Blankenship, retired Navy lieutenant. I served in the United States Army from 1967 to 1970, and I served in the U.S. Coast Guard Reserve from 1984 until I retired in 2009. I had 2 active duty deployments, including deploying to Saudi Arabia for Operation Desert Storm. I'm here today to bring to your attention that this last week, 18 young men and women graduated from the University of California, Santa Barbara, and were also commissioned as second lieutenants in the United States Army. I had the pleasure of meeting 15 of them at a dinner hosted by the Pierre Clisson Foundation last Friday. They are a varied and diverse group of people from throughout California and at least 2 from out of state. All are members of the Surfrider Battalion and ROTC unit, which has been on the university campus since 1947. Out of 23,000 students at USCSB, less than 100 are members of the battalion. Over the course of the next few months, these 18 folks will be deployed to various training centers around the United States and ultimately assigned to line units. I want to bring to your attention, and quite honestly, the attention of the people in the room and people watching this broadcast, that the accomplishments of these young people was allowed to go unnoticed. Their commissioning as second lieutenants was never mentioned during the graduation ceremony, and a request for them to be allowed to graduate as a group was denied. I am old enough to remember the Vietnam War and its aftermath. One of the lessons I thought we learned is that regardless of our individual feelings about politics or policy that cause the use of our armed forces, we should never denigrate the people who serve. These 18 young people have undertaken a commitment to serve their country, knowing full well that in doing so they may be putting their lives at risk. As a society, it seems to me that we have two responsibilities. The first is to honor the people who serve, and secondly, to ensure that the members of our armed forces are not placed in harm's way unnecessarily. These young men and women who were commissioned last week should have been acknowledged for their accomplishments. Not only have they graduated from one of the finest universities in the world, but they have voluntarily taken on an added workload to prepare themselves to become commissioned officers in the United States Army. This is not an insignificant accomplishment. Each of you has influence in your various sectors of the community. I'm asking you and anyone listening to use that influence to persuade the university in the years ahead to acknowledge the young men and women of the Surfrider Battalion as part of the university community. I'm afraid that now their perception is that they are barely tolerated. I think we should all be concerned about this. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Oh, Mr. Gutierrez has a question, Chief.
Chief Mulliken, can you just send me an email with that information, please?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Martin. Jonathan Pu'u.
Hello, Mayor, Council. Thank you for being here today. So first, I want to say as a tribal native Hawaiian and a proud family here that's been rooted in retail in the city of Santa Barbara for 40 plus years, I'd like to express my gratitude to Sergeant Christopher Payne of Santa Barbara PD for his commendable efforts in coordinating with the business on State Street since my last comment here in council. So his responsiveness and support has been invaluable in addressing the safety concerns, not only for us, but other citizens that are in Santa Barbara as well. This was mainly in concerns to the violent transients who have been engaged in illicit activities such as smoking crystal meth and exposing themselves to school-age children in our community. We greatly appreciate his dedication to public safety. I also stand before you today to bring up a couple other matters. One of them is the city parking lot fee increases that have been proposed. So again, our family's been here for 40 plus years, and I want you to think about how this is gonna affect the employees that work on State Street that keep the vitality of State Street alive. So that's gonna be coming directly out of their pockets. City lot number 4 doesn't allow parking permits. And the thing is, we already pay a subsidized fee as a business on State Street. That was made a long time ago. I was probably in diapers when it was made, about having these city lots that were available when city council decided to get rid of the free parking on State Street. So now that you're gonna be increasing these fees, this is taking the money out of the middle class, working class, that keeps State Street alive, the local working class that's here. So I want you to think about that as you're moving forward. Also, public safety incidents. Over the past year, our business, which is deeply rooted here in Santa Barbara, has experienced a distressing number of incidents that require police intervention. Since July 1st, 2021, we've had 63 incidents involving the police, ranging from theft, disorderly conduct, shoplifting, robbery, commercial robbery, terrorist threats, vandalism, drugs and narcotics, weapons violations, criminal warrants, assault, burglary from a motor vehicle, to trespassing, amongst many others. These incidents have not only impacted our business, but have also generated a sense of insecurity amongst our employees and our customers. And as a member of the Tribal Native Hawaiian community and AAPI community, we urge City Council to prioritize public safety, recognizing the unique challenges faced by the indigenous communities and local communities here in the city of Santa Barbara. And we ask that you please allocate resources to address the growing concerns. It is crucial that our community members and local businesses, including those rooted in AAPI community, feel safe and protected. We request enhanced law enforcement presence, targeted initiatives to address the root cause of these incidents, and collaboration between the City Council and relevant agencies to implement effective solutions. In conclusion, as a representative for my community, my family has been here for 40-plus years in business. We implore City Council to reconsider the parking lot fees increase and seek alternative solutions for that middle-class, working-class people that keep State Street alive. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, do you have anyone online for public speech?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, one public speaker online for public comment, Aaron Ashland. And Aaron Ashland, please go ahead. Aaron Ashland, please go ahead. And Aaron Ashland, we can't hear you.
Okay, it doesn't seem like Mr. Ashland's he's either gone or,
Yeah, there seems to be some sort of audio issue. We definitely cannot
all
hear.
right, very good. Well, we'll have to catch up with him next week. With that, we'll close public comment. There's no other speakers online, is that correct?
Correct, Mr. Mayor.
I'm sorry, sir, we had closed public comment. 1 minute. Well, come on up. I'll give you the, take. What's that? Oh, which item is that? Oh, no, that hasn't been called yet. Yeah. Thank you. All right, very good. With that, we'll close public comment and go to council member committee assignment reports. Anybody have a committee assignment to report? All right, very good. We'll move on from there. Any the administrative attorney reports, we'll go to the next item, which is Finance Department. Would you have an item to read?
Yes. Item 16, adoption of the two-year financial plan for fiscal years 2024 and 2025 and the operating and capital budget for fiscal year 2024. In 1 moment.
Okay, with that, what's
Mr. Mayor,
that?
I apologize. I have a number of resolutions to
Are
read.
you going to read all those? Hot dog.
I believe I must.
Have at it.
Okay. Recommendation of the Council, A, adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara adopting the two-year financial plan for fiscal year 2024 and 2025. B, adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara adopting the budget for fiscal year 2024 by appropriating monies for the use and support of said city from the funds and to the purposes herein specified. C, adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara establishing the city's appropriation limitation for fiscal year 2024. D, adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara amending the City of Santa Barbara schedule of penalties, fees, and service charges. E, adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara amending the City of Santa Barbara waterfront harbor slip, mooring, and user fees. F, adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara establishing a citywide cost recovery and revenue policy. G, adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara authorizing classified and unclassified positions in the city's service effective July 1, 2023, and providing a schedule of classifications and salaries for the same in accordance with the operating budget for the 2024 fiscal year. H, adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara authorizing the continuation of capital and special project appropriations to fiscal year 2024. I, introduce and subsequently adopt by reading of title only an ordinance of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara amending Chapter 4.24 of the Santa Barbara Municipal Code by repealing Chapter 4.24060 relating to the garbage collection tax. J, adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara confirming and amending rate-setting formula for Santa Barbara Clean Energy. K, adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara authorizing the Public Works Director to execute water purchase agreements in a form approved by the City Attorney and in accordance with the appropriation in the approved budget as may be amended from time to time. And L, adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara to adopt the abandoned shopping cart recovery fee.
There we go. Well done. So at this time, this has been a really long and particularly contentious and very, very tough set of budget deliberations. And And what I'd like to do is I'd like to acknowledge, first of all, the department heads that worked so hard to come up with a requested amount of cuts and present them to us in a way that we could consider them and consider what we had to do. I'd also like to acknowledge my colleagues for working together cooperatively to get to where we were. We've got a final budget coming forward. And most of all, I'd like to acknowledge Finance Director Mark DiMartini, who brought, once again, a very hard and very hard-fought budget to the forefront and did it in a very clear and very, very patient way. And with that, Mr. Gutierrez, do you have a comment about this? Because we're going to do questions after this, or what would you want to bring up?
Oh, sorry. Are they going to do a presentation?
Yes, they are.
Okay.
Mr. DiMartini.
Mayor Rouse, members of the City Council, my name is Keith DiMartini. I'm the city's finance director. I'm here with Ms. Natalia Glusik, the city's budget manager, and it is our pleasure to present a brief overview of the adoption of the fiscal year 2024 and 2025 operating and capital budget. The agenda for today's short presentation is just to talk really briefly about the process that we went through and where we are today. I will provide a brief overview of the summary of the changes and the adjusted general fund overview based on the changes that council voted on at the budget deliberation meeting last Wednesday. We'll make our final recommendation to the city council and then take any questions, public comment, and discussion that you might have. This has been a 9-month process that ends us to here we are today, where staff is seeking council's adoption of the 2024 budget. Over the past number of months, after the city administrator's recommended budget was released on April 18th, we held 4 city council budget hearings, we held 7 city council departmental budget hearings, and we held 4 finance committee meetings where we dove in great detail in all aspects of the city administrator's recommended budget. Today, we are seeking your adoption and then moving into implementation mode come July 1st. This slide here summarizes all of the requested changes that the City Council voted and approved at the deliberation meeting. On the left-hand side, it lists the Finance Committee recommendations, which included the staff recommended adjustments. Again, all of the proposed fee changes were presented in department budget hearings, and they were proposed and reviewed in detail with the Finance Committee over the course of 3 meetings, also including the proposed cost recovery and revenue policy. In the section in the middle lists a summary of the City Council recommended changes. May not list every single specific change, but it was an attempt to just summarize in totality all of the changes that were discussed in detail at the budget deliberation meeting, and these are listed in the council agenda report before you today as well. And then finally, the column on the right lists all of the other items that council directed staff to do as we move forward, including items related to the music ordinance, artificial intelligence, the reserve policy, bringing back an item to a future council meeting in regards to the funding priorities for Measure C, and then also the library commission's fee, bringing that back, sending that back to the library board. So again, this is an attempt to just summarize the feedback that we heard from you, that you voted on, and is now included in what is before you today, requesting your adoption. This slide here summarizes the impact on the general fund. As of the actions that occurred on last Wednesday, there were staff recommended adjustments that had a positive impact on the general fund in both fiscal year 2024 and fiscal year 2025. And then the actions that council took to increase expenditures, to not move forward with certain reductions that were proposed in the recommended budget, had a net negative impact on the general fund in both years. And so this shows what the revised use of reserves are in both fiscal year 2024 and 2025, at a use of reserves of approximately $700,000 and then increasing to $4.9 million in fiscal year 2025. As you just heard from the clerk, there are a number of resolutions that are legally required to formally adopt the budget. Really, it's an acknowledgement and approval of the 2-year financial plan and the budget itself. So the revenues and expenditures being appropriated in the city's budget so that we can recognize those revenues and pay our bills accordingly. And also, there is a California Constitution, it's more commonly referred to as the GAN limit, which sets a limit on the amount of appropriations any municipal entity could have in a given year. We are well within the limit of that constitutional requirement. It's also a resolution to adopt all of the fees that are being proposed in the master fee schedule. There's a resolution to approve of the cost recovery and revenue policy. Also, a CalPERS requirement is to update and approve all of the positions and any changes to the position salaries or other classification changes. The item in regards to the continuation of capital and special project appropriations, this is a standard annual resolution that council adopts. What that resolution allows the city to do is to carry forward appropriation in a capital project that may take 2 or 3 years to implement and move the remaining appropriation into the next year in fiscal year 24 so that we can continue working on those capital projects. There are a couple of individual resolutions and an introduction of an ordinance specifically related to the Marburg garbage collection tax, as well as the Santa Barbara Clean Energy rate setting process. And then finally, allowing the Public Works Director to execute water agreements. These are all standard actions that take place as part of the annual budget adoption. So the request before you today is that we respectfully request that you adopt all budget resolutions and the introduction of an ordinance related to the operating and capital budget for fiscal year 2024. And then staff will get to work. We will get to work at implementing all of the efforts that have been identified in the budget. We will provide monthly financial status reports on consent in council meetings. We will go into detail with the Finance Committee on a quarterly basis to review our revenues and expenditures. We will ensure that all expenditure reduction targets are going to be met. We'll continue to work on long-range efforts under the umbrella of Vision 2030 and fiscal sustainability. And then we will very soon be starting to work on the next budget cycle in fiscal year 2025. That concludes our presentation. We'll be happy to take any questions you may have. Thank you very much.
All right, questions from Mr. DeMartini regarding this presentation. Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. DeMartini and your staff. Can you go back to slide number 4, please? Under other council direction, can you add youth safety and engagement to that task list, please?
Councilmember Gutierrez, yes, we can do that.
Okay, thank you. And other than that, I'll make a motion to pass. Oh, my bad. I
Yeah, we have
retract
public
that.
speaking first. Any other questions for Mr. DeMartini regarding this presentation? All right, with that, we'll go to public comment, 3 minutes per speaker to dais on this subject only. Mr. Verstick. Hope I pronounced that correctly. I know. Probably had to explain that one a few times in your life. Yes, sir.
I'm here to bring your attention to a document that appeared in the last few days, subsequent to your discussions last week about the airport fees. At the time of deliberation of this issue, you asked the critical question: how can we justify 100 or more fold increase in the amount of fees to service providers at the airport? And the first answer you got to that question was, well, it wasn't the permit itself, it was the enforcement of the permit, which seems a bit strange to many of us. And eventually it changed to the reason for it is not the enforcement, but the training. Let me point out that the people who are asking for these permits, they're not children, they're not midnight operators. These people are all certified by the FAA to do what they do. And they have to be recertified periodically. It's hard to imagine what could possibly be done by the airport director to justify hundreds or thousands or thousands of dollars fee to do a permit. All it should be required is the applicant shows up at the director's office and they show that they have insurance. they show their FAA certification to perform their functions, and pay their fee. There shouldn't be any more to it than that. If the director wants to impose additional things on them, it should be written on a single piece of paper, or multiple pages if he likes, and the applicant should sign that he understands that that's required. But it's hard to imagine what requirements would take supervisory tens of hours of time to do this. As an example, the harbor director basically does the same thing, and the charge for that is $20 per year. How we can justify $650 is incredible. And this document that I think you have lists how the director allocates this, and it's absolutely ridiculous. Please, do not let this go, because it is going to be a danger to the airport in terms of not providing the services required. It's going to be a problem for the city attorney, who's going to have to defend this sort of reckless action. So please, it has no impact on your budget. We're talking peanuts. Why do this? Thank you for
Thank
your
you.
time.
Anita Williamson, followed by Arturo Tello.
Okay. Good afternoon, Mayor Rouse and members of the Santa Barbara City Council. My name is Anita Williamson. I realize the budget is on the agenda for adoption, and I'm not here to oppose it. I know you all have put in a tremendous amount of time and work to get to this point, especially during a difficult fiscal year. As a retired corporate vice president of human resources, I've been in the position of managing budgets and at times having to make difficult decisions about expense and staffing reductions. It's always tough. With all due respect to every department we have in the city and everyone who makes our city what it is, I would like to make one point about one department. The Community Development Department has already invested in the Novak report from 2020, which gave specific process improvement recommendations for the Planning Division and SFDB. Staff
Ma'am,
is-
that's the next item coming up?
No, I have a separate. This is related to the budget. I'm
All
getting
right.
to my,
Let you go
thank
ahead.
you for clarifying. We've already invested in the Novak report with recommendations. Staff is trying to make efforts toward improvements while also trying to keep up with their own growing workloads. The number of development projects is increasing in both number and complexity, and staff has already been trying to juggle staffing shortages by having more senior level staff take some shifts at the counter. Community service is decreasing. I am very concerned that there appears to be a gap between the performance expectations of the Planning Division and providing adequate resources for them to be able to achieve their goals. I don't know the answer, but I really want to point out I see a gap in our expectations and the resources that might be available. So thank you.
Thank you. Arturo Tello.
Good evening. My name is Arturo Tello, and I want to thank you for your actions the other night regarding the Oak Group. I also want to say I was for 30-plus years an employee of the city of Santa Barbara, and I worked at the Parks and Recreation Department as the curator and installer of art at the Cabrillo Art Center. In that capacity, I noticed that there were many, many groups that came and made use of that facility. And I seldom saw where they had very successful or lots of sales. This I'm saying because that item still remains where there's the library is able to take a big chunk out of just regular artists that show in their facilities. Now, we thank you for the Oak Group's action, but also as somebody who had their very first show at the Faulkner East 40-plus years ago, I remember that I was very, very starving at the time, and that was the only way to come in and be an artist. And I feel for the people who are now facing that commission, and I feel that it's really one line in your budget that is really not necessary. And I hope that you will just take it away, take it aside, and revisit it, not in September, which, by the way, will not help the Oak Group, because we are looking at a show in May of next year, not this year, and it takes us a long, I mentioned 6 months to prepare for a show, but actually it takes longer. We decide a year prior to see where we're going to be painting, because our shows are not just to raise funds, they're to raise awareness about such projects. So we have an educational component to our shows. So I think that is just a bad idea for the library to be increasing this new fees and taking a chunk out of the coming up artists. I appreciate whatever you can do about that. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, E-Planet Thunderstriker. Anybody online? Sir, anybody online?
I think one place to start that we could all be appreciative of is maybe like a Parks and Rec after-school program or even summer camp, a leadership or decision-making thing for girls. Because after what I'm dealing with this claim that I guess was denied, I mean, I'm clearly, with everything that's going on, like 12 different departments, some with multiple causes of action, and your city attorney is involved based on sweeping that paper not going through under the rug, you know, as a human resources. When I did have to do a civil lawsuit, it would be for the maximum, I think about 25%, and I think a judge actually would let it go through because of so much corruption in America related to things like this. So when I'm speaking about things like maybe starting a summer program and maybe some of the concerned, respectable citizens got involved, I mean, you take that seriously versus, you know, a complicated lawsuit that, you know, I don't want to, I stated in Solvang that, you know, I didn't want to sue places, you know, being a music producer going around, not just promoting gold peace, but, you know, prosperity. And, you know, when it's like, well, but our system is designed, you just take away from everybody for everything, for every reason. And that's part of, I gave that lady many options other than monetary, you know, things like I discussed the summer camp, agendaing my whole situation. But the people have to be dealing with the possibility of a huge lawsuit, you know, and they should be begging me to do it because I really didn't even want to come down here to deal with the papers that I gave to the manager who gave to Ms. Hardman, who was not at the town council in the park thing meeting, probably because I was there and I pointed that out to the park ranger. And it's like, wow, you know, I mean, so yeah, everybody should be appreciative when if my rejection letter has a bunch of BS and I actually get some respectable attorney or maybe even somebody from Iran at this point to try and resolve any of this.
All right, very good. Do we have anyone online for public comment on this item?
No, Mr. Mayor.
All right, very good. Then it's back to the council. Ms. Snedden.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. I have actually two quick questions, just for clarification. Is that all right for questions right now?
I mean, yeah.
So on the art fees for commission, I think from the PowerPoint and my recollection, I just want to get clarification. Did we send the whole matter back to the library board, or was it just for the nonprofit art commission, or was it the whole question of commission on artwork?
Honorable Mayor, Councilwoman Snedden, thank you for the question. The direction, as we understood it, was to leave the fee intact and send the nonprofit portion back for consideration by commission.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. And then on the airport permit question, I'm wondering if it's possible to just pull that one out separate and give it time to look into it fully, what the defensible fee is, or was that the legal opinion that that was the proper fee number of $650?
Ms. Connect, you're,
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilmember Seddon, I think based upon the data that the airport director had provided, he indicated that their data supported that the 650 was the fee. And again, the concern is that there needs to be a fee and that it cannot be a tiered fee because of the discrimination issue. So I don't know that pulling it out and looking at it further would really help this situation.
Okay, thank you. Those were just my clarifying questions. Thank you.
thank you. Mr. Friedman.
Thank you. I don't really have any questions. I think the first question about the nonprofit answered it. So can we do comments or?
Yeah.
Right. I just want to be brief. You know, budgets are always difficult. This is a difficult year, so I really just want to thank Mr. DiMartini and all the department staff that went through all the presentations and made some tough choices to present to council. I want to thank Ms. Bjork for leading the charge this time. There was a lot to it, and my colleagues for a spirited discussion this year. I think we got to a good place where we're able to, one, make some of the tough decisions, and then others we were able to fund some of the services, but with the expectation that we are going to need to do some work over the next year and 2 years of this 2-year budget cycle to find a way to permanently support some of the services that the community advocated for and we funded. So, but just with that, I really want to express my appreciation to our staff. And there are some tough decisions ahead, but I think we've landed in a good place this year. So, and I will, when the time comes, need to recuse myself on one of the items.
All right, very good. So let us know when we make the motion which one that's going to be. Mr. Gutierrez.
Yes, thank you. I'd like to just make a motion to approve.
Okay, when we do this, so Mr. Friedman, which one do you need to recuse on?
It's the shopping cart ordinance, which is item L, and the reason for it is that it may affect the income of my employer.
And I also like to add something, or ask a question.
Okay.
To the city attorney, Ms. Connect, which item should I recuse myself if I recuse myself from approving the funding for TVSB?
So it's, I guess I need to, thank you, Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Gutierrez. Can I ask the finance director, was that fee not approved?
Yes, City Attorney Connect and Councilmember Gutierrez. The amount of money the city grants to TVSB is represented as an expenditure in the city administrator's budget, and that is represented in Resolution B, the appropriation of funds in fiscal year 2024.
And so the 5%, that was included within that resolution?
Yes, that is
Okay.
correct.
So we would then recommend calling that out of that resolution, Resolution B. And so we would want to split that into two separate components. And Councilmember Gutierrez could recuse himself from that.
Yes, we can do that.
Okay. So to craft this motion, we're going to have to exclude, what's that? He's asking to make a motion, Alondra. So,
And we're going to need to make separate motions then on E, and also for, Mr. Mayor needs to recuse himself from Resolution E, and Mr. Friedman needs to recuse himself from Resolution L. So we're going to need to make separate motions regarding those as well.
okay. And then B, we're bifurcating B, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Mayor Rouse, you can either do that, or we could just have Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez recuse himself from the entirety of item B.
Correct.
Right, we could just do that. And so should we take then those items first and then take the balance of the, okay. So, Mr. Gutierrez, if you'd like to recuse yourself, and I would take a motion for Measure B. Item B.
I'll move. And Mr. Gutierrez, Councilmember Gutierrez, could you please just state on the record the reason for your recusal?
Yeah, thank you.
Yes, I was recommended from the city attorney's office that I should recuse myself from anything having to do with TVSB as my role as a council member because of my 17-year employment from or by that organization. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I think there's comments lined up that have nothing to do with the motions that are comments that would be,
So the motion was
Targeted.
proposed on the floor, so that's why I took it.
well, I'm just telling you, there are comments that I have that are directed to every council member. So you tell me how you want to handle that.
Well, normally when a motion is proposed, I entertain the motion, and you can second, and then we can discuss whatever you want. All right, we'll go ahead with your comments, Mr. Jordan, and we'll come back to Mr. Gutierrez for.
Thank you,
the
Mr.
motion.
Mayor. Always a pleasure to get to comment. I want to echo Mr. Friedman's thanks to staff. I know the people sitting in here are only representing a whole bunch of people that work for staff. I personally thought that from a staff to council process, it was an improvement in last year, which was an improvement in the year before. So I just want to thank you for continuing to slog along with this and address my personal questions, my interests, as I'm sure you have with everybody else. And then I just want to thank my peers for just getting on the other council direction items of a common annoyance that I always address, and that's not following an established reserve policy and doing a plan on how we're going to replenish those reserves. That's just been something that's just stuck in my craw, and that's going to be worked on. And a side result of that, too, was recognizing that the Measure C priority resolution had expired, and it's time to do that. I would ask that we continue to think about the only threat to the actual budget structure that we still control that is still out there, and that's a lack of alignment with collective bargaining agreements and the budget itself. That the collective bargaining agreements always come mid-budgets in the midst of an existing budget, and they inevitably end up trashing the budget that we've adopted by $1 million or something more. And again, hope that in the future we can get to a point where we're willing to do the work to move those collective bargaining agreements to prior to or included in the budget process so they're an actual part of the budget. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, Alejandro Gutierrez.
Just want to thank staff for their hard work and my colleagues with the closing of this budget, but I do have something to say about the entire budget. This week it was pretty hard, going back to my neighborhood and talking to community members about their concerns with issues, not just in my district, but in the city at large. And I just really want to say that our budget that we are approving today really reflects what we value in the entire city. And when we give money to Parks and Rec to try to solve a solution, a problem that is kind of out of our hands because it's an easy win, and at the same time, we're afraid to make decisions in trying to restore certain positions at the police department because it's nationwide, there's this movement of defunding the police. And I'm not saying that we need more policing on the streets, but I do want to just say that we have to be very even when it comes to restoring for fire and not restoring for PD. All of these recommendations of the budget cuts for each department came directly from the directors, which I respect. But I just want to create a conscience that the children that are out there right now will become adults and will become also victims of the lack of services that we don't provide at a city. So if we are voting for, the library did a perfect example. We had the private sector come in and give money, and then we gave the other half. But we still have a problem of housing. There's a lack of housing, yet it's still a problem to get permitting processed through the city. So I just want all my colleagues and city staff to really think about the consequences that actually happen out in the community when we make these decisions. I'm going to share a little story. This weekend, I met with one of my former students that I met while I was working at Santa Barbara High School at the College and Career Center. He had a rough upbringing. He ended up in jail for 4 years, and he is very successful now. And we had a meeting because he wants to join forces to give back to the community. And one of the questions that I asked is, why do you want to do this? And he said, I got into trouble, Ale, because we didn't have anything to do growing up. Everything in the city is so expensive. And my parents were really hardworking parents that they were always working, so there was a lack of supervision. If we really want to change this narrative of law enforcement, the community policing really has to start within the department. So when we think about cutting budgets in our PD, I'm not talking about other departments, but in our DP, we are also cutting that service to when there's a call at the library, or when an elementary school teacher calls because one of their child shows bruises and actually said that they've been abused. It's not the social worker that's coming in right away. It's somebody with a badge. And it's actually law enforcement that actually has the power to create change. I will also state for the record, I haven't had great experience with law enforcement, but I also have had good ones. I also see that there is a justice system in our entire nation that is not quite just. We know that. But being born and raised in the city, and the fact that I sit in a position of power, I can't sit here and pretend that certain things are not going on. And because I'm a person of color, it's a little bit harder for me to go against what's not popular. And I understand that right now, it's not popular to give any type of support to law enforcement. But I need everybody to understand that law enforcement is just not correcting people when they're breaking the law, but they also give a sense of protection. And I'm not saying that everybody's perfect and that we don't have work to be done. There's a lot of work to be done. But if we're going to cut hands and feet of our law enforcement and still expect them to perform, that's going to be difficult. If we're going to cut positions where their officers are the ones going out in the community and doing that community engagement, or that officer that specializes in traffic accidents, if you've ever been in an accident, every second counts. And to not have somebody be there quickly enough when somebody calls 911 and there's a young man that got ran over and there's a hit and run and the police takes more than 10 minutes, if you've ever been in those type of incidents, it's hell. Or when there's a neighborhood and that has issues like, break-ins, or, their cars are being broken into, the council members are not the ones that are going to be there and fix the solution. So when we approve this budget, we are telling the community what our values are. And as leaders in this community, we also have to hold accountable the Santa Barbara School District, because that's where our children are, and they also have facilities where we can do some more summer programs and after-school activities. And we also have to hold accountable every single person in this community, because it's easy to put a Band-Aid and it's easy to vote and give money to the things that are popular and they feel good to the heart. What is really hard is to actually create balance and create a just system, especially in the world that we live in. During the pandemic, literally less than 500 feet from where I live, a young man died because he was killed to death, and he literally died in our streets. I've always said it, that if somebody dies in our street, is our responsibility as an entire city. You have children that live in that neighborhood and saw this. And you have children nowadays that see that all of the narrative that's out there. But these children are still left with resources. So just be mindful. I understand that politics get really involved in political agendas, but if we're living in the city and you have children, next time you run, don't run with the idea or give that speech saying, I will provide safety to our children in our community, and then vote on issues that really don't reflect that.
Ms. Sneddon.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. I think I will, wow. I think I will say that I also, we both made motions to support the sergeant positions and detectives, and that's who, oftentimes police can't be there in the moment, but they can figure out who's responsible later, and that's an important position also. But that wasn't what I was going to say. What I was going to ask about, I was just going to ask that I vote on item F separately, actually, was the only thing I was going
Okay,
to
so
say.
you're going to recuse on item F or just vote
I'm not going
separately?
to recuse, I'm going to vote separately.
Oh, you want to vote separately? Okay,
Yeah.
very good.
Thank you.
All right, so as we move forward then, are you done, Ms. Sneddon? Yeah. We're going to be taking, Mr. Gutierrez is going to recuse on B. I'm going to move off on E. We're going to take F separately, and then eventually L for Mr. Friedman. All right. Let's go ahead and take the individual ones if we can vote on the balance of them. So may I, number one, you've already explained why you want to recuse on item B, so I think we're good there. May I have a motion for item B? And if you go ahead and recuse yourself, please, Mr. Gutierrez. Move, second?
Second.
Okay. Jordan Friedman? All right. This is for item B. Madam Clerk.
Very good. This is a motion by Councilmember Jordan, seconded by Councilmember Friedman for recommendation B as in boy. Start the vote. And Mr. Mayor, Mr. Friedman, if you could indicate abstain for. Mr. Gutierrez.
Item passes with 6 ayes and 1 abstention. Very good. Okay, we call Mr. Gutierrez back. Item E, because I am a slip holder in the marina, so I'll be recusing from that. And Ms. Alejandra Gutierrez will take over on that motion.
Do we have a motion to move item E from subject C 16 on the Finance Department?
I'll move item E.
Second it. So we have a motion from Mr. Friedman and a second from Ms. Harmon.
Very good. That is a motion by Councilmember Friedman, seconded by Councilmember Harmon for the recommended action for item E. Go ahead and vote, please. And Mr. Gutierrez, if you could please press abstain for Mr. Mayor, or Ms. Gutierrez, either one. Very good. And that is a unanimous vote with an abstention by Mayor Rouse.
Thank you. Okay, we will move to item F. No, item F is for Ms. Sin to vote separately. Let's move to item L for Mr. Friedman.
So I'll be recusing myself for this. My employer is a grocery store, so it may affect their income, so I will be recusing myself.
I may have a motion on item L.
So moved.
Moved by Jordan, second by Harmon. Okay, may we have the vote, please? And would you key up Mr. Friedman's abstain?
Very good. This is a motion by Councilmember Jordan, seconded by Councilmember by Councilmember Harmon for recommendation L. Go ahead and vote, please.
Thank you. Passes 6-1. Friedman abstaining. Mr. Friedman? And then lastly, we'll take item F, which was not a recusal, but Ms. Sneddon wanted to vote on separately. Ms. Sneddon? You want to vote on separately? Okay. Then we can have a motion on item F.
I'll move F.
Moved by
Second.
Friedman, second by Jordan.
Very good. This is a motion for item F, motion by Councilmember Friedman, seconded by Councilmember Jordan. Please go ahead and vote.
Passes 6-1 with no from Councilmember Sneddon. Okay, and I will entertain a motion on the balance of item 16. And when you make that motion, would you please read off those items which we have not voted on yet?
Happy to do that. I see if I was paying attention. So it's A, C, D, G, H, I, J, K.
I believe
Test
that's
my
correct.
A second.
Second by Friedman,
Gutierrez.
or Gutierrez,
We look alike.
some male voice over there. I'm pretty sure it wasn't Harmon.
Very good. And this is a motion by, sorry, one moment. Motion by Councilmember Jordan, seconded by Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez for, see if I'm correct here, A, C, D, G, H, I, K, and J.
You mentioned G?
Oh, sorry. Well, we'll follow the alphabet today. Fair enough. All right. Please go ahead and vote.
The balance passed unanimously. Thank you very much. And once again, big thanks to the Finance Department for, go get some sleep. You earned it. And with that, we'll move on to the next item. If you would read that, please, Madam Clerk.
This is item 17, amendment to single-family design board appeal process, ordinance introduction, recommendation of the council, introduce and subsequently adopt by reading of title only, an ordinance of the council of the city of Santa Barbara amending sections 22.69.030, 22.69.080, 22.69.090 of the Santa Barbara Municipal Code to amend appeal procedures for the single-family design board.
All right. Ms. Kokinda, are you redoing the staff reports? There we go.
Thank you so much. Ellen Kokinda, I'm the Design Review Supervisor in the Planning Division, and here today to talk about amendments to the Single Family Design Board appeal process. Just to kind of give a quick overview, this is a recommendation to introduce and then subsequently adopt by reading of title only an ordinance amendment, an ordinance of the City Council of Santa Barbara, amending sections 22.69.030, 080 and 090 of the Municipal Code to amend the appeal procedures for the Single Family Design Board. Just to kind of put this in context, this is a very specific item today, but I do want to call out that we are in the process of a larger process improvement. And some of those goals, just so you're aware of, so you can kind of track some of the conversations that are happening. Apart from this is that we're looking at how we can reduce the overall load of the single-family design board, trying to reduce the number of design review triggers to really address projects that are the most meaningful, that really get the most out of the SFDB's review. And then expand administrative approvals for items that we just, again, don't necessarily think warrant a public hearing. We do want to maintain a public forum for items that we think are going to be the most controversial, that really bring the neighbors out. So that's really a huge part of this effort and kind of the basis for the intention of creating the SFDB to begin with. And then as part of this improvement, our goal is to make sure that we're setting expectations for success. How can we set clear guidance for project review, and then really get at some of the neighborhood compatibility, which those are the findings that the SFDB uses. But today I'm here to talk to you about this specific issue of requesting council's consideration for amending the municipal code section 2269080 to direct SFDB appeals to the Planning Commission instead of City Council. I do want to highlight that this is only for single-family design board. It's not for the Architectural Board of Review or the Historic Landmarks Commission. Those are two very different board and commissions because they're written within the charter. So this is just for SFDB. Some of the reasons why I'm asking this today, we are seeing just the potential for the single-family design board appeals is trending upward. It could be a complete anomaly that we've had so many in the last 6 months, but I do think that the types of development that we're seeing and the projects from the past 3 years that we've analyzed, we're seeing a lot more second-story additions, kind of larger homes, accessory dwelling units that may not meet the ministerial criteria. So the number of projects that get pushed into SFDB's world are kind of bringing out the tensions within the neighborhood. And so we can, again, just guesstimate that this could be moving up. There's the potential that moving these appeals to the Planning Commission could be more streamlined for both appellants and applicants. Before an appeal can even be filed, oftentimes projects are going through a number of public hearings at the Single Family Design Board with considerable input from neighbors, considerable input from the board, lots of process, and then on top of that, staff review. So we want to, as part of this, we see a lot of benefit to the applicant and appellant to kind of move to a decision-making process a little bit faster, and then, again, try to address some of those timing challenges while still upholding a solid process. Also, we have, I just want to acknowledge the amount of labor that goes into these things. It's extremely dense, and we have a number of different departments. It's the city clerk, it's the city administrator's office, the city attorney's office, the community development department, and then, of course, any other individual from the land development team, depending on what appeal issues come up, can be part of this. And it's just rather onerous to kind of go through this process, and I'll walk you a little bit more through that. One of the major considerations that we've talked about is that why can we make a proposal like this is that the Planning Commission is very accustomed to doing plan review and considering land use and design issues. This is part of their world. They have to make findings. There are constant communications between our design review boards and the Planning Commission, and so they kind of both understand their purview, and we feel like this is a necessary step to kind of or it makes sense in terms of being able to make the recommendation. And then I want to call out, just from an organizational efficiency standpoint, that your calendar on City Council is very dense. It takes a lot to get on this calendar. There's a number of times that we have to get to be able to set a hearing date, do site visits, come back for an appeal, come back for resolution and findings. And so what is the best use of staff time? And this is a lot of the impetus for this type of conversation. So we did bring this up with our Land Development Team Oversight Subcommittee, and they supported fast-tracking this effort. And this just kind of gives you, this is a very simple visual, but I just kind of want to call out some of the tasks that, that go into it in terms of involvement by department. So our city clerk's office, they receive an appeal. They are working with the applicant and appellant on any kind of communications, getting them started, trying to figure out how to answer questions, what is the process. They're coordinating with all the staff and the appellants and applicants on hearing dates. They do public noticing requirements for city council. They're managing communications throughout this entire period, as you're familiar with, as appellants and applicants are submitting information along the way, trying to distribute that to council members. They have a portion of the reviewing the CAR process to make sure that it fits all within their procedures and boundaries. And then they have to staff all of these hearings along the way. Community development, my staff's role and my team members, it's really, there's a number of senior positions that are working on this. It's the city planner, it's the community development director, it's the community development director's administrative assistant, it's myself as the supervisor, it's my staff, either the assigned case planner or the liaison to the single family design board. We're drafting the, not only the CAR, but we're working to kind of get working with the city attorney's office to make sure that we've coordinated a response, that we've checked all the boxes, that our review is, you know, that we correctly applied our review, that we are responding to all the needs that the appellant has brought up, as well as the applicant, as well as the single family design board. We have a separate noticing process. So city clerk's office does noticing for council. Our municipal code requires public noticing, so our administrative staff within community development also do a separate notice. And again, we're constantly having to manage communications. So as something comes into the clerk's office, then it's distributed to our department. We're responding, we're reaching out to the city attorney's office, oftentimes the city administrator's office. So it just means kind of an all hands on deck, just based on kind of how communications flow. And then naturally we come back and staff all the hearings. City Attorney's Office, this is oversimplification for sure, but they're reviewing the council agenda reports, the presentations, they're staffing all the hearings, they're providing advisory communications anytime something comes in, and then having to do a lot of the behind-the-scenes work to reviewing drafts and resolutions and creating those findings. And then naturally, the city administrator's office is providing support, advising staff, attending the site visit, and then doing all of those kind of behind-the-scenes communications, as well as staffing hearings. So I just want to kind of put that in mind, that we have an extremely large number of senior staff all working on a single appeal for a single family project. So this just kind of gives you a sense of how we would be reducing it by moving something to the Planning Commission. It's really taking off all four of those departments and trying to collapse it into two departments so that the Community Development Department would be responsible for receiving appeals, doing the processing, communicating with the appellant and the applicants, communicating with our city attorney's office to coordinate our responses, and then doing all the public noticing in-house. And I kind of consider the Planning Commission as, you know, it is a board that's kind of within our processes, so it's very familiar to us, and it's much easier to get to a hearing. So some of the time savings that also would happen in addition to the involvement by departments, we could easily get on a Planning Commission agenda without having to first set a date at City Council, then come back for a hearing, and then come back for findings and resolutions. So there's just time savings as well. We did take this idea to the Planning Commission, and there was unanimous support for SFDB appeals to go to the commission. And they did discuss wanting to, kind of as a future process improvement, that appeals should be limited to the project design approval. If you aren't aware, there are 2 appeal points in a process for single-family design projects. You can appeal the project design approval, which is kind of essentially approving the mass, bulk, and the scale, kind of the development, the envelope, the development envelope. But then you can also approve final approval decision. So that is really just the final details, and essentially it has to be in substantial conformance with what was approved at project design approval. So they really, in the future, they would love to see just one appeal decision, and that tracks with our Novak report study that came out several years ago. And then the Planning Commission, I just want to call out that they did identify some food for thought, things that would help the process, how they could have more thorough minutes. Right now, we just have action minutes. They want to see some guidelines turn into ordinances to be clear, kind of to set certain standards, to really have some better definitions provided for mass, bulk, and scale, which, as all of you are familiar, have been challenges to you as council, and how to recognize that, how to wrap your minds around that. And then certainly the same goes for neighborhood compatibility. And that's, again, all part of our separate process improvements and what we're working on with some of those other goals that I look forward to a future conversation with you. And then I can call out that we also went to the ordinance committee to get some feedback. There wasn't consensus, but I was thankful that gave us the chance to come here today and bring this item before the entire city council. And I know that there will probably be discussion that comes up in terms of the differing opinions. And I look forward to answering any questions about that. But again, just to note what's happening in order for us to move forward with the separate process improvements, and what we're working on specifically is that we're looking at our design guidelines and our process and how we can target some of those problem areas, that mass, bulk, scale, the identifying neighborhood compatibility, and trying to expand on that definition. Refining our proposal to reduce the design review triggers and expanded administrative approvals or those staff. And then naturally, we would be coming back to reduce the number of appeal points, and that's getting rid of that final appeal point. So that's a future item that we would like to discuss. And so today, again, the conversation that I'd really love to have with you as a full council is just to consider our recommendation for adopting this ordinance, to move the conversation, these specifically SFDB appeals, to the Planning Commission, as we try to think about our limitations as staff and our city priorities. What can we do, and where can we spend the most time, and how can we be more efficient? This is one of those items where staff could be much more efficient in our time, and that kind of goes collective across multiple departments. And that I would love to be able to get to, be able to spend more time on some of those other improvements, and I think bigger policy issues that you might be interested in. So I'm here to answer any questions that you might have about this and the potential impacts, and look forward to the conversation.
Questions for staff on the presentation? Oh, this is, it's not working, okay. Who's got a question? Raise your pinky. I didn't say pink tie, I said your pinky.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just one, when you give me a chance to share my 2 cents, I have way too many points on that, don't I? But just to my point about an architect billet or spot required on the Planning Commission, which kind of goes to your point of they're used to looking at plans. Well, I can tell you I've watched Planning Commission for a long time, and I've seen as many as 3 architects of the 7 members, and I've seen as many as 0. I've participated when there was 0. And I've always, my example for a single-family home, my recollection is it's great to have an architect there who can tell when somebody's 3-dimensionally gaming the system to make a come back later and make a second entrance going up a set of stairs outside and configure that out where the rest of us are looking at a one-dimensional piece of paper, right? So would that have to be a charter change, or can that just be an internal adjustment to require one spot for a architect?
Mayor Rouse and Councilmember Jordan, to my knowledge, that there are professional for single-family design, or you're talking about the Planning Commission.
Correct.
So in terms of Planning Commission, I think that there are professional qualifications that you, as a council,
Great.
could make a suggestion as a preference. And I would, if there's any specific ordinance amendment, I would yield to, or charter issue. I'm going to
I'm
pass it off to
suspecting
Ms.
the
Ostringer.
composition and foundation of that is in the charter, right?
Mayor
Ms.
Rouse,
Ostringer, yeah.
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Jordan, it doesn't specify the composition, so we could add that by ordinance. It just
Okay.
requires 7 members.
Okay, thanks.
And Mr. Jordan, if I may, right now, we have 4 architects serving on the single-family design board. So we have, which I know most recently, back in the fall, when we changed the membership of the single-family design board to address some of the quorum issues, having a licensed architect, at least one member that was a licensed architect, is part of the makeup of the single-family design board. Not necessarily the makeup of quorum, but you have 4 solid architects currently serving the single family.
And so kind of as you go up the food chain, Planning Commission right now has 1, and then when you get here, then we have none. I agree, but, you know, I recognize the interests are different. It's more, what's the neighborhood smell like to me? What's the pulse on the ground kind of thing? But I'll push for trying to figure out how we can keep somebody at that first stage of appeal, or a stage of appeal.
Sneddon.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. I don't support these changes and haven't from when they were first proposed, which I'll save for my comments for why. But I do have some questions about sort of in the current process, when do the design guidelines get to be actually applied? So we're in this cycle where SFDB is told what their purview is at the time, then it comes to appeal to council, and then we're told that we're only up or down vote on whether SFDB followed through on what their purview was. So something that I've just noticed over time, and I suspect it's why we have so many appeals, is because the guidelines, I mean, it's not borne out by any kind of data, but I'm sensing that for the same reason that the SFDB was formed in the first place, was neighborhood tensions about too large, too bulk, out of neighborhood compatibility scale. When do those design guidelines, there seems to be creep on that to me, that they're sort of guidelines that you may or may not take into account if it doesn't cost you too much money or whatever that is, and it's, to me, become a little bit squishy. And then by the time it comes to council, that's not something we can give a finding on. So I guess my question is, process-wise, in the current process, when do those guidelines get applied? When is size, bulk, scale, neighborhood compatibility firm that can be applied?
Yes, thank you, Councilmember Sneddon. So the neighborhood compatibility and our single-family residence design guidelines are applied at the very first hearing. And even, I would argue, before that. If there are things that are so out of whack, staff are going to be advising the applicant, we think you're going to have an issue. Do you wish to redesign or consider this? And so we're flagging those issues, and sometimes they'll listen, or sometimes they say, I want to keep pursuing, and they go to that first concept hearing at the Single Family Design Board. And what that means is staff is still doing our internal review to make sure that it's our application completeness, so it hasn't met all of our zoning standards and it hasn't been confirmed yet, but they go for that early initial review. That also coincides when these larger projects are noticed, receive that public notice, that mailed notice, so that we try to get people in the door at the same time that the project starts. So there's early input, and the Single Family Design Board, their charge is to help guide applicants to get them to a point to respond to neighborhood compatibility using their design guidelines. So from the very first hearing, that's how they're operating. You've mentioned a couple of things, guidelines, so there are zoning standards and then there are design guidelines. Zoning standards are very different in that it's an objective standard that you have to meet. Guidelines can use words such as, we encourage you to do this, or we discourage you from doing this type of design. But ultimately, those guidelines are there to protect privacy, to protect, again, McMansionization, all the original intentions of the Single Family Design Board, and create that public forum for people to participate. And we want them to participate from the very beginning and have it all be kind of part of that larger conversation that the members of the public are communicating to our SFDB, and SFDB is in turn kind of taking that into consideration, applying their guidelines, and then giving that input to our applicants. And then they can go back and redesign and come back. So they start off, and oftentimes people start off with something big, and then they kind of whittle down, and they create a lot of controversy and fear, kind of stir up neighborhood, and then they kind of whittle down their dream project to something that finally gets to the point of acceptability, to where the Single Family Design Board can make those findings and say, okay, this meets enough of the design guidelines that we feel confident. And within the design guidelines, there are preferred alternatives, but there are acceptable alternatives. So there's a lot of this whole discretionary process is discretionary and kind of gives and takes, and there's kind of a beauty to that because it's not saying you can only do this.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Sandin, if I could just add, I think Ms. Kokinda makes a really critical point, and that is that the municipal code requires that findings be made, and I think the guidelines are the bridge in order for the council or the SFDB to be able to make the findings. So those are guidelines that set forth the pathway and provide the guidance, so to speak, so that the findings could be made, which are required by the municipal code to be made. So you can, you use those guidelines and those subjective standards in order to form those findings. So when you say that findings the guidelines, you find that they're being, squishy, it is because they are squishy, because they are guidance in order to be able to bridge that gap, to be able to form those findings.
Thank you. And I think that's the missing point, and it's easier to talk about now while there isn't a project in front of us to be applying it to exactly. But oftentimes it seems to me that we, as a collective council, don't think that we can use those guidelines as findings, that we can't find that it's incompatible with the neighborhood or is too big in size, bulk, and scale, and have a different discretionary finding than SFDB did. Can we get clarification on that that's actually a finding we can make, that something is not compatible with neighborhood or is outside of the size, bulk, and scale, even if SFDB didn't flag that?
Councilmember Schmidt, that would be the finding that you could make.
Right. It's not just a
Based upon those
guideline.
guidelines, that the size, bulk, and scale is incompatible with the neighborhood. But you'd have to be able to support that with evidence in the record that it, based upon the guidelines, doesn't allow you to make that finding.
So I'll say that for the comments too, but I don't believe that council's been using our full purview. So in the sort of presentation that it comes to us and our hands are tied and all we can do is, say yes, that SFDB did their, process correctly or not, and then, our hands are tied. I think there's an argument that we've not been using our full purview to actually help guide SFDB by what we mean by neighborhood compatibility or size, bulk, and scale, by every now and then upholding an appeal to give that message. I think the whole point of SFDB and why it was formed is so that we could use our discretion to make that call. I'm getting into my comments now. I'll save those. Sorry, that was my question.
But Councilmember Sneddon, there's also, as we have seen, there's areas that are outside of the purview where state law and other zoning requirements and land use issues have taken that outside of the purview. So it does get tricky and limited, and, we have to be careful as to where we can go with these. And so I think that's where it also gets more complicated.
Mr. Friedman.
Thank you. Just one question. Maybe it's from Ms. Ostranger or Ms. Bjork. Are there other boards and commissions in which there's public noticing of projects, and then there's appeal process, and the board or commission is the final say, and it does not come to council? I'm thinking perhaps the Building and Fire Code Board of Appeals. I'm just trying to understand if this is unique, or if there are instances in the city where we do delegate that authority for the final decision, or it doesn't come to council.
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Friedman, as you said, I do know the Building and Fire Code of Appeals is a singular one. There's no legal requirement that it has to come to the council, except when we have charter provisions. As Ms. Kokenda indicated, ABR, HLC, those have charter requirements that say that all appeals must come to this body. So it's really at the council's discretion, particularly on these boards that aren't charter.
And Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Friedman, on a slightly different answer, not quite delegation of appeal, but you have delegated the ability to enter into contracts to your airport commission for leases. So there are some places where you've made business delegations as well.
Okay. Thank you. I just wanted that this isn't a unique thing where we're creating something totally new at the city. It's been done in other limited circumstances, if we decide to go forward with this. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Friedman, also the Harbor Commission, many of their permits are, the termination of a slip permit, for example, is final at the Harbor Commission.
Thank you.
All right, very good. With that, we have some speaker requests. We'll go to Anita Williamson first, be followed by Michael Marzola.
I'm going to try and talk as fast as you do. Good afternoon again, Mayor Rouse and City Council. My name is Anita Williamson. I know the SFDB has had a very challenging year, and I sincerely appreciate Chair Leslie Colossus' leadership. As a retired corporate vice president of human resources, it's ingrained in me to look at both sides. While I can see benefits to having the SFDB appeals being reviewed by the Planning Commission, I feel the amendment change would be premature and needs further discussion. Last October, Council reduced the number of board members from 7 to 5 and relaxed some of the professional qualifications. Although there are currently 5 members, many of them are new and have not yet completed city training. If 2 members are recused or absent, a majority becomes only 2 people. It seems counterintuitive to me to have reduced the number of board members. This leaves the weight of the decision-making down to just a few individuals. This is an especially important point since much of the board's review process is based on subjective design judgment. Within days of the February 27th meeting, prior to the appeal filing date, 2 of the 5 board members resigned, Katie Klein and Ohan Arlikalian, who had just been voted vice chair 2 meetings prior. I do not believe the root issues behind the recruiting and retention issues for the SFDB have been properly identified and addressed, and unfortunately may repeat. The overall process for all parties urgently needs some change. Individual comments from Ordinance Committee members, as well as Fred Sweeney and Mark Shatillo, have raised many good points related to the proposed amendment change. I wish I had more time to reinforce my support for those issues today. Please refer to my written correspondence, which includes support for guidelines becoming ordinances, some of them, enforcement, FAR calculations, visual aids. In my human resources management career, I've written many policies, procedures, guidelines, handbooks, tip sheets, FAQs. I believe all of the associated guidelines need to be revised to reduce individual interpretations and incorporate some of the newer residential design dynamics that we're facing here in Santa Barbara. Staff needs to improve their quality control efforts on all documents. Site visits are not required as part of the SFDB process, and they should be. If a formal site visit by City Council in connection with an appeal and then there's no quorum, there's no discussion, there's no visual aids, not even an architectural plan or visual explanation on site. Concerned neighbors who may already be jaded with the process or further alienated, their names were not even read as submitting letters, yet it said in the minutes they were, and their addresses weren't concerned. They were not addressed, and neighbors were blown away. I would like to quickly say I'm suggesting a mediation process that we could consider, and you can read my letter, and I'm sorry I didn't have a little more time to get into that.
Thank you. Michael Marzola, followed by Todd Shea.
Mr. Mayor and City Council members, my wife and I are victims of this process. I think a very poor and flawed process. I'm going to read my wife's notes first, then I'll get into a few comments of my own. To Mayor and City Council members, the SFDB review process and appeals to the City Council is flawed. The SFDB accepts architects' misleading figures and ratio figures regarding ratios, the FAR calculations, and square footage as being accurate when they can be misleading. Guidelines are often not followed. There are discrepancies between the municipal code and the building codes, and it seems that the enforcement is often ignored. There is no oversight, at least no consistent oversight. If one appeals the project to the City Council, there seems to be no in-depth understanding of plans, FAR, or how square footage and ratios are calculated. The current process needs a makeover, and I appreciate you for taking the time to do this. The quaintness of Santa Barbara is being eroded by development and lack of consistent oversight. Submissions to the SFDB need to be reviewed for accuracy. Guidelines need to be considered as rules and rules to be followed. The guidelines need to be applied in a fair and accurate way, and the entire process should be based on facts and transparency so that all parties are playing by the same rules. This could avoid the need for appeals. A good first start would be to require the applicants and interested parties, including the neighbors, to meet initially with a mediator early on to establish and understand the expectations of all the parties in order to work together so the process does not become adversarial. The entire process needs to be based on facts and transparency. Once again, there should be oversight at every step, and of the process and submission of the plans be approved to ensure the rules are clear and understandable and enforceable. Why have guidelines if they're not followed? The confusion leads to appeal and situations where we feel we've been basically cheated by the process. And that's not just me, it's the entire neighborhood. There were some 25 of us involved in the process. Anyhow, I just wanted to say that I'd like you to make sure that when you do the revision, that there should be site visits, there should be story polls, and I think a mediator would be outstanding. We were told by the architect when they were reviewing our next door neighbor redevelopment, which by the way is an unoccupied building. It's been occupied for 2 years. When we talk about need for housing, it just really discouraging. And I think that, I'd like to see you work towards reestablishing the trust that's needed. And it's really not your fault. It's really the fault of a process that needs revision. Thank you.
Thank you. Todd Shea, followed by Fred Sweeney.
Okay, Mayor Rouse, City Council. Todd Shea, President of Santa Barbara Association of Realtors. We request that you support the amendment to the single-family design board appeal process. This proposed amendment will help streamline the process for homeowners and allow them to complete their projects quicker, more cost-effectively. Allowing the Planning Commission to be the applicable body makes sense as they are knowledgeable and intimately familiar with the various ordinances and guidelines pertaining to neighborhood compatibility. Please support the staff recommendations to amend the single-family design board appeal process. Thank you for the time and consideration.
Thank you. Fred Sweeney, be followed by Andrew Giuliano.
Mr. Mayor and Council, good afternoon. You're all deeply smiling, having passed a budget. I know I have spoken to you, each of you separately over the years on several issues I've been continually concerned about at the SFDB. And I also know and have shared with you that a good deal of your time is spent with land use. So this is not to diminish your knowledge of how to deal with land use, but rather to support this proposal. And I know there's a few of you that may disagree. I was going to make 3 points. The first point was already made by Ms. Kokinda, so I'm going to skip over that. It's my understanding that the Planning Commission, under its current makeup, which is members that serve at large, use individuals with certain skill sets that can contribute to the city's neighborhood preservation ordinance to assure that all neighborhoods are assessed equally. The Planning Commission should assess building projects, particularly residential projects, and making decisions based upon the structure and the site conditions separate from the personalities rather than the public or the applicant. These decisions should focus on the fact that generally these buildings and sites will last much longer than the people involved at the time of their building or application. I believe that this effort will allow our somewhat or sometime limited process to move projects forward, while at the same time, and this is really important, allowing the public to understand how their voices and concerns can be heard. Thank you.
Thank you. Andrew Giuliano, followed by Leslie Colas.
Good afternoon, Mayor Rouse and members of City Council. My name is Andrew Giuliano. I'm your neighbor, homeowner, taxpayer, voter here in Santa Barbara. I'm here today to voice my concern and opposition to completely removing City Council as an appeal authority for the single-family design board decisions. The significant uptick in appeals should indeed be a red flag. Either the current policy and tools used to regulate residential development in the city need to be updated and clarified, or the SFDB needs to make decisions that are more compatible with existing policy and long-established neighborhoods. As the legislative body of the city, elected by the people to make and update laws, City Council should remain accountable to both its ordinances and the people it represents. Appeals indicate that constituents are not happy with the current laws and ordinances and how they are being applied. While it may be inconvenient to continue fielding appeals, each one should serve as a reminder that the current system needs to be updated. The council should not just sweep this out of sight to another unelected commission that has no accountability to the community. As currently written and approved by the council, the design guidelines and zoning laws are contradictory, creating ambiguity and tension. These are issues that need to be fixed with policy change, not passing the appeals buck. City Council is accountable for the ordinances that they pass, to the people they represent, to their communities, to their neighbors, to their voters. Bottom line is that our neighborhoods are changing at an alarming rate. Housing has become grossly unaffordable, our teachers are leaving, our medical staff are leaving, our police are leaving, our firefighters are leaving, even doctors can't afford to move here anymore. Have you tried to get a medical appointment sooner than a year in this town? It's crazy. What used to be homes for essential workers in our community, in my neighborhood on the Mesa, are being knocked down and turned into Airbnbs and second homes. Word has gotten out that the current ordinances, guidelines, and design processes have plenty of loopholes to push projects through for those with the time and money to burn. Existing communities across the city are paying the price, as the social and economic fabric is really changing based on these large decisions being made. The inventory of starter homes are disappearing. The prices to own, rent, even get a contractor are skyrocketing in all of your neighborhoods across the city. The majority of your neighbors are getting squeezed. They need your help. I'm sure you look forward to debates over floor lot area ratios, setback distances, and shadow plans as much as I do. But the reality is that those minute policy details have profound lasting impacts that ripple across our city and affect every person here. As the legislative authority which sets policy for this entire city, you must remain a part of this process. Don't put a Band-Aid on this and make it some other commission's responsibility. Address the policy problem directly, and in the meantime, continue to field appeals so you can better understand the tension and conflict that current policies create in our communities. Thank you.
Okay, final speaker is Leslie Claus. Anybody online?
I always want to say Madam Mayor, but Mr. Mayor and
Please
council
resist the
members,
urge, please.
I may need an extra 30 seconds here. I don't necessarily disagree with anything that any of the previous speakers have said. Here's what we're facing. We're facing state mandates. We're facing guidelines, not ordinances, not direct language in our guidelines. And the reality is we are facing McMansionization. That is what is happening in our community. And I do not, as the chair of our board, have the teeth to fight it. I don't. There is not clear enough language in our guidelines to deal with it. If I and our board sit there and we decide against a project that is in front of us, that is within our guidelines, it will find you. You will have that on appeal just as easy as the ones that have been coming before you, which have been approved. So either way, you're going to see these appeals unless we have clearer language in our guidelines or in our ordinances. So I just want to make that very clear. We're doing what we can. I have lived in this community virtually my whole life. I've been here since I was 4 years old. 50 years. I just told on myself how old I am. Okay, 50 years. I have seen this change from a sleepy beachside community with only 2 homeless people downtown to the community that we're living in now. Okay, if it were my druthers, I would tell everybody it's got to look like Santa Barbara, it's got to have 2-piece mission tile roofs, and it's got to look like your neighbor's house. I cannot do that in the capacity that I am in because I don't have the teeth to do it. So I am asking, and I've been trying to ask this board, and Ms. Harmon, you were very helpful at our last meeting, to give us direction. And that needs to happen in ordinance, or it needs to happen in some other way. But what I do know is that we need a feedback loop where ordinances can change and where a body that is a professionally qualified body can look at these appeals and go, hey, here's the common thread, and here's the ordinances that need to be changed. And with all due respect to this board, I don't think you have the bandwidth, and I don't think you have the professional qualifications to look at the drawings, to look at the projects, and to understand them in depth in the manner in which they need to be seen and understood and propose ordinance changes. I think you're in the business of approving ordinance changes, and that's what you should do. But I think you should depend on the Planning Commission to provide that feedback loop to you. And I think it would expedite the appeals because I think they can see them more quickly because you don't have the bandwidth to see them as promptly as they need to be seen. I'm frustrated, and you can hear that, and I'm sorry. We're doing what we can to save our community, but the state is force-feeding it, as you guys know, and there's only so much that we can do. I will wrap up if you please give me another 45 seconds.
You're the chairwoman, so we'll see that.
Thank you. The only caveat to me supporting what is in front of you today, and I think Mr. Jordan touched on it very, very importantly, and I think Mr. Giuliano also did too. I think it's great to take this out of a political realm and give it to another body. That way you as members don't have to choose one of your constituents over the other. I think that's a really important point to make. And I think that the makeup of the Planning Commission will be absolutely essential to this being a success. It needs to be a balanced commission that takes into all sorts of things into consideration. You need to have architects and developers and people who understand the budgetary constraints of development, but you also need to have historic preservationists on that board and people who do understand this community and who want to keep it what it is. So if you can't, as a body, ensure that that's going to be a fair and balanced commission, then please keep it in your own realm. But if you can work together as a commission to make sure it's a balanced body that is seeing these appeals, then by all means hand it off to them.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Claus, Ms. Sneddon has a question for you.
Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Claus. And my question is, if we were to first make the Planning Commission recommendations of having these guidelines be ordinances or giving SFDB more teeth to work with. Your opinion on trying that first and seeing, I mean, I hear that the frustration is in the guidelines, the state, the zoning, and what your purview is, and you having your hands tied. So could that maybe address some of that?
I think it could.
Okay.
I do. I mean, if I had, I'm just going to, these are ideas that I've had conjuring in my mind, right? Like, how do we solve these? If I had an ordinance that said, if 75% of all the homes in a defined neighborhood, as defined by our guidelines, are one-story, even if you're allowed two-story homes, if 75% of more are one-story, we're going to limit development on a two-story proposed addition to only 50% of the square footage of an existing house. That is specific language. It's very easy to work with, and it gives me tooth to tell an applicant, you can't put a whole second story on this, you can only put 50%. And that provides incremental change to neighborhoods, and I think that would be more palatable to the constituents that I'm hearing who are frustrated by the overt development that's going on.
I completely agree. And then I have a follow-up question. You as chair, as SFDB, have you ever had the opportunity or scheduled the opportunity to give that feedback loop to council or to ordinance? I'm not understanding why it would need to go through PC to see what the appeals are to then give recommendation to council. You're seeing it boots on the ground, looking at it in full detail with your expertise. I would love to hear as a council in,
I've
or
reached out to
ordinance.
several of you directly to have meetings. I
No,
have not
as a-
had
as the
opportunity
committee,
to do
As
that.
the committee giving a recommendation.
If you would like to make a place on your calendar for us to do that, I'd be happy to do that. But right now, we're working with staff.
That's what I'm
to-
talking about.
Yes.
On SFDB, could SFDB hold a meeting of SFDB, not individual council members, but a meeting of SFDB to give recommendations to the ordinance committee? I mean,
There's an ad hoc committee that has been formed by Ms. Kokinda, as I understand it, and there are two of the single-family design board members who will be participating in that.
If I may respond, so Councilmember Snedden, so this is one piece, but right now we're working on the larger SFDB process improvement. And so there are a couple of things. We've done a lot of outreach thus far to our applicants and homeowners, and we've done one-on-one interviews with our past and present single-family design board members. What Ms. Collas is talking about is that we've established an informal working group with single-family design board members, which Ms. Collas is serving on, as well as members of the AIA Advocacy Committee, to get at some of these problem areas, to get at the design guidelines, to start looking at what are the ways in which we can make some suggestions, to look at the design review triggers, to make sure that they're adequately supporting our goals for process improvements, to be able to, and this is the venue for which Ms. Collas is talking about, and all the things that you've heard from our public speakers today, that's exactly, like, I similarly agree with the awkward process and the challenges. I've got a number of things to say about that, but this particular informal working group is to give the SFDB a chance at which to start to discuss and think of it as a board. But I just want to recognize the crisis mode that SFDB has been operating in and what Ms. Collas, as the chair of the board, has been managing. We haven't even been able to have a conversation with the full SFDB because the SFDB has been all over the map in lack of quorum, having to change the membership to deal with the quorum issues last fall. We had 2 board members resign and had to do a special recruitment this spring. And so essentially, we've, as a staffer, I've had to keep the board not looking at some of these things in order to prioritize the bulk of development projects coming through. So I've had to prioritize their schedule and time to focus on that. And so clearly, the time is now, and even trying to get to some, with all of these appeals this past spring, with the 5 appeals that I've had, having to push off these process improvement conversations. So trying to get to them as quickly as possible, because we know that there are improvements that can be made, and to create a forum for which the entire SFDB can talk together about what the issues are, and bringing in, again, Mr. Sweeney and other past board members. I'm using them. They're my go-tos. They know what's happened, and they understand the process. And I also see what applicants are going through. So that's all the work that I'm doing right now to get that conversation to you all, because as city council, you are the policymakers, and that is your critical piece to it. But today's piece is just to move that one, that you will always maintain that policy and legislation process, but requesting the Planning Commission just to look at appeals, to kind of recognizing at that granular level, we know we can do improvements to make the process less awkward for applicants and appellants. So I just want to put that in context, that we're currently creating those forums to have that conversation, to eventually get to you, for you all to set the policy.
Thank you, Ms. Kokinda. I know you're doing a phenomenal amount of work, and I hope, and you as well, Ms. Clausen, this question was very specific about what I heard in your comments was that if it went to PC, then there would be this feedback loop that they could give recommendations for what's not working. And what I'm trying to say is you have a direct line as a board that exists, not individual council members, but as a body to give recommendations. And I'm hearing now there's a process for that, but I really wanted to,
I don't
red
disagree with
flagged
that.
me, that I thought, because I do think there is a disconnect.
I don't disagree with that, and I think Ms. Kokinda's remarks are spot on, in that we have been in a reactive mode rather than a proactive mode, especially the last 6 months. And so I think we're finally sort of getting to a point where we've got our sea legs on, and everybody will be onboarded and will have received their training, and then we can start looking ahead a little bit more and being a little bit more proactive.
Thank you for your incredible service. It's a big job.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So as we move on, and Mr. Friedman, you've got some comments. Let's bear in mind that it's not a referendum on the SFDB guidelines tonight. What we're talking about is the process going forward. So Mr. Friedman. Oh, well, you were asking Ms. Claus a question. Yeah. Right. So we're.
Is there online public comment?
No.
So we're on comments, not questions now?
You're
Okay.
there.
All right, thank you. So first, I really want to thank the members of the public that came to show up tonight, and I agree with what they're saying, and also with Ms. Colas and Mr. Sweeney. These appeals have brought to the larger issue the discrepancies we have and the lack of tools we have as our community is changing. And the whole reason going back almost 20 years ago for the Single Family Design Board was created was to try to mitigate that big change. It was happening frequently on the Mesa. It's happening in other areas of town now. And I especially appreciate Ms. Williamson and Mr. Marzola for coming forward today, because those were 2 very difficult appeals, especially up on Farrell Road. And it highlights a lot of the issues we're dealing with. And the one on Farrell was actually one of the more difficult appeals decisions I've had to make in my 5+ years on council, because on one part I was with the community up there, but at the same time I'm looking at what are the tools and what are the risks that the city has in terms of are the applicants compliant or not, and it's not exactly clear. And I think that today's discussion is a larger one about revisiting the guidelines for clearer language. I think that would help tremendously in shoring that up. And I also appreciate the comment that this is about policy and the council giving the direction on the policy. And the feedback loop that Ms. Colas mentioned that the Planning Commission would have would be extremely beneficial, because it would be one thing for them to monitor our council meetings, monitor the Single Family Design Board, but if they have to have the hearings, the appeals that come through, they're going to start seeing things that we're not going to be able to see, because there are experts on there, there's licensed architects, and they will have more time and resources to really get into the details that aren't necessarily here. So I think that's a larger discussion, and I think we can get there. But in terms of what's for today, which is whether or not to shift the appeal over to the single-family design, the Planning Commission, I am supportive of that. We reviewed this on the Long-Range Development Oversight Committee, and I think in a policy-wise, it makes sense. And then also, it's an efficiencies in our staff departments. And we have to make difficult decisions coming up in the organization as a whole. And we are limited staff resources, especially in the community development department. We're talking about how we have to process a lot of statewide different mandates that are coming in. We have houses or homes that are being built, and if the process continues to languish, that costs time, which raises the cost for the new housing that we're trying to develop. And so this makes it a more predictable process, and it offers greater expertise from the Planning Commission that would really, when you're getting into the appeals, and the applicants and the neighbors would go in there knowing that they would have that if they're going forward with an appeal. I also think that as much as we would try to hope it doesn't happen, it can happen, and there's been a couple times over my 5 years here where I think that sometimes the neighbor disputes, it's a neighbor dispute, and there is the knowledge that you can go and take your neighbor to the city council and have your day, and it gets a lot of media attention, and the neighbors have already gone really far down that path. And I think it lessens that, and it puts lessens that incentive to come to the city council when the positions have hardened by the applicant and the neighbors. Because if you're going to the Planning Commission, there's more of an incentive to work it out and get something better there. And it also, on the same time, I think someone mentioned, there's the decisions that the council would have to make, and there could be political votes. I'm not saying that's happened here, but there is the ability to look at it and say, well, I don't want to vote against the neighbors, but I'm not sure that I can or can't, and so you look at where the rest of the council is going to go, and you can take safe votes sometimes. So that is something that I am worried about, and I think until we can modify the guidelines and modify some of these, I think that having that at the Planning Commission would be helpful. And then the other thing is that this came out of the Novak report, and we are, as Ms. Kokinda mentioned, looking at a number of other reforms at the Long-Range Development Oversight in Novak. We decided to fast track this because we felt it was important at the committee for the very decision that we just talked about and we heard about today, and to have a predictable process while we're going through with the experts at the Planning Commission, while we can go back and make these additional changes would be beneficial, and it would also give us some real-time data. And it was also unanimous at the PC as well, and I feel that if there was a question from the Planning Commission about whether or not they're the ultimate arbitrators, I think they might have suggested that it goes to them but comes back to the council, but they didn't do that. So, and so then the last thing I'll just say is, in addition to that, I do support the recommendation, the secondary recommendation for the one round of appeals, not the final design. That has brought up a lot of issues, and it also creates confusion with the neighbors, because and we've done additional noticing for the project design approval up front, which has mitigated that, but we've had some appeals here where we were very limited in what we could do, and the neighbors didn't understand that second appeals process. And then also supportive of the action minutes. I think those would be very helpful for us going forward. So those are my comments, and I'm prepared to move the staff recommendation after comments, but I'll hold off on the motion for now.
Thank you. Ms. Sneddon.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. I made some of these comments when it came to ordinance, but I'll sort of reiterate. I do think we have a route where we could make the Planning Commission recommendations first, add teeth to the ordinance, be more, make an ordinance to be clear about size, bulk, scale, neighborhood compatibility, and the role of the design guidelines. We haven't tried that yet, and I do think we've heard commentary at different times that that would streamline the process also and make it very clear and maybe have fewer things that even could be appealed if they were more closely defined. So I would like to try that first before we reroute the whole process. And then to the bigger question, we are the elected officials who are accountable to neighborhoods. We are the only body that is accountable to individual neighborhoods. I would defer and trust that Councilmember Harmon knows areas of downtown that I wouldn't be able to visualize the same way. Councilmember Friedman, you as well. And in terms of the east side and the west side, there are no representatives on Planning Commission who are very as intimately aware of the neighborhoods that you are traveling in. You can picture right away, oh, that building with that balcony on that side is very invasive to privacy in this particular area. It's something that you would see. And on the flip side of that, the Mesa neighborhood has maybe 2 or 3 planning commission members. And I have a high regard for our planning commission. They are not neighborhood specific. I would have different criteria in who I would vote for planning commission, because I would want to know that they were intimately aware of different neighborhoods or sensitive neighborhoods within the city. We are the only ones, I mean, district elections did that, where we are sort of subject matter experts of our neighborhoods and of compatibility, and we can be voted out, and we can be held accountable in a different way. So I really honor Planning Commission and its role in looking city-wide and looking at zoning. I don't really want planning commissioners to then have the same issue of being district-focused either. So I'm not really in favor of each of us seating our own planning commissioners. I think the planning commission we have is looking holistically at the city on policy holistically. But if we're looking at specifically neighborhood accountability, size, bulk, and scale, good neighbor guidelines, I really do think we're the subject matter experts on that. I do think we could see the appeals earlier before final review. I think that would be, one point of appeal. But I think we could try some of these other recommendations first before we just took ourselves out of the equation. And then just in general, to your question, Councilmember Friedman, about if there are other boards or commissions, the Fire and Building Safety Code, they also have final appeal, and I've voted against that time and again because I don't like that. I don't want to give up any of our purview or ability to weigh in on direction of neighborhoods in the city, and that's what district elections did, for better or worse. That's one of them that I really count on Mayor Pro Tem Gutierrez and Councilmember Gutierrez to be the experts of your particular neighborhoods. And I don't even know if Councilmember Friedman, you have someone on Planning Commission who is intimately aware of the details of your neighborhood. So that's my appeal to that I just don't like giving up control ever. And I do think that there are accountability benefits for us being the experts on our neighborhoods.
Mr. Jordan.
You both make pretty good arguments. So I'll sit on the fence for a while on this one, but I'm still pretty supportive of staff's recommendation. Most of what I heard here today does not involve this change. Most of what I heard today involves the foundational issue with what is now a 20 or 30-year-old document, right? That was essentially put into place for 3 houses down on Shoreline as a response to that. And I'm not willing to let that part of the irritation keep us from moving forward to move this to Planning Commission. I think that's the right stop for it today. But I am in agreement that some of the things that Councilmember Sneddon talked, many of the things talked about, their time is to be reviewed again. When we first put in the the book and formed the board, the world was a different place. And I think just not even knowing, just anecdotally, my recollection is they were owners just making really big additions. And today, it's like people who don't live here are buying a house, and the first thing they're doing is they're then, ripping the house down and making a really big house out of what's sitting there now. It's a different dynamic than existed back then, that you could massage the guidelines with the community people who already lived here to get a project that was agreeable. And today, maybe you just don't have enough oomph there to do that with the type of player that's coming in. The comment about a mediator, I'm not really fond of that, because I think there is so much happening and there's so much knowledge you need to have that a mediator could sit between people and not really have their finger on everything that's happening at the state, our entire set of policies and how they apply, how they mix together and successfully mediate. I equate it to going to small claims court, where really all that wants to happen is the person wants to get everybody out of there equally happy or equally unhappy, but not necessarily in conformance with policy. And I think probably the big problem is the zoning allowances have been in place forever. And so I like Ms. Colossa's idea of, you look at a geographical area and you take an assessment there, and then you have a finite thing of what you can do. I worry if that's a down zone. We can have that another conversation later, and what the legal implications are to down zoning versus, I'm sure that's why we use guidelines to feather those, so we're not really taking away a zoning right that somebody has. And then coming to council, I'm fine with them coming to council, but I'm also fine with them going to Planning Commission. And maybe my background's a little different, so I'm fine with them coming to council. But coming to council brings in a different dynamic and a different set of leverages. The town's a relatively small place. People know everybody. People live next door, down the street from everybody, and it's a whole different set of pressures during an appeal than it is for a group that aren't subject to those pressures. And frankly, I think do a way better job of applying structured review rather than emotional review. So let's see, what else do I have? So I think Planning Commission, my word about it, more structured. I think a Planning Commission in general, the planning commissions that I'm familiar with, they apply themselves more critically to policy and how that works with a decision than I even sit here myself and do in an appeal at council. And I think that's what we're asking for. So I will support staff's recommendation. And one caveat I might make to help soften that is we tend to do things here all the time and then don't talk about them again for 5 or 10 years because nobody wants to open up the box again. But I think with these teases of progress and streamlining, less labor intensive, overall efficiency, I'd like to suggest that we require you to come back 12 months after it's implemented and give us an overview. Has that happened? Or are you just going on and it didn't happen, but nobody wants to raise their hand and say, bring it back up to council? So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Ms. Gutierrez.
Thank you, staff. I am actually really torn by this decision. I think Ms. Sneddon brings up really good points. The reason that I'm a little hesitant now, when this idea came up, I said, great, I don't have to make these decisions. And the reason that I automatically said yes was because a lot of these appeals that we were seeing, they were not in my neighborhood. They were in neighborhoods where there was less traffic, there was space to grow, and this situation of building and expanding and having owners that don't live in the neighborhood has been happening in my district for a while. So I'm like, this is not anything new. Now it's in another district, like, guys, this is what's happening. And then as I'm listening to the staff presentation, to Ms. Neddon's comments, and even Mr. Jordan brings excellent comments as well, coming from my district and how a lot of neighbors, they feel so apart from the process because there isn't that representation. And I would totally support this if we can really do something with the dynamics in the Planning Commission, like who sits in the Planning Commission. My only scare is like, okay, we'll throw it back to the Planning Commission, but that even is also a committee that's very political and has an elitist status. I don't feel comfortable that, my neighbors will be heard in the current Planning Commission. There is commissioners that we'll talk about it later, but that have certain biased opinions of how my district should look, and they don't even live there. So I do agree with Ms. Neddon's comments, but I'm going to be very realistic. I don't have the background in planning or architecture. I can go by guidelines, but it is a small town. And I feel really bad making a decision at a home in the Mesa when I really don't have those credentials to make that decision. Yes, I'm the leader, I have this power, but I really want to be fair. So if we could really focus on making that change within that Planning Commission as soon as possible, I would feel very comfortable pushing this forward. Because exactly what Mr. Jordan said is happening in our community. People are building that not necessarily live here or actually invest in the community.
Ms. Harmon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess I'll just start by saying I do agree. I think the one thing that all of our colleagues' comments have borne out is that there are good arguments on both sides. And I think I do really appreciate the conversation, and there are good arguments on both sides. So I'm glad we're talking about it. I think what it comes down to for me in thinking about this question is a simple, maybe sort of deceptively simple issue, and that's how can we best facilitate a just resolution of these disputes. Disputes that, as we've heard and all acknowledge, are often neighbor versus neighbor, which if they're not the most complicated disputes we hear, they're definitely some of the most difficult and emotionally charged ones in a tight-knit community like ours. And so what I'm trying to keep focused on when I'm thinking through what decision I want to make is not what is just resolution, but how do we set up a system to get our community to just resolution most often? How do we ensure that the process is just, not what is justice for each of these different disputes? And I think that's like a little bit of a different question, right? Talking about the guidelines, talking about the ordinances. That's a separate conversation to me, one that we very clearly need and want to have. But today, it's just this question of how do we set up a just process? I think a lot about my role, what I was elected to do sitting up here. And I don't think that I was elected, nor do I sit up here for the purposes of maintaining or guarding or growing my own decision-making authority, but that I was elected to think critically about, in part, how to set up systems and processes to best serve the community and our residents. So, to me, I don't have any hesitation about amending my own authority if it is to the betterment of the community as a whole. And I'm not convinced that the appeals process as we currently have it set up, I'm not convinced that it's timely, that it's coherent, that it's fiscally responsible, that it's a responsible use of our staff time, or that it's effective in preserving our neighborhoods or our community way of life. So I really don't think that I have seen really since my time on council, but particularly in the last year, I don't think that hearing these appeals at the city council has many of the hallmarks or harbingers of good governance that I look for when I think about setting up effective process. I mean, one of the examples that we all have seen week after week that Ms. Kokinda detailed for us is just looking at our calendars, right? These take an unusually long time to get scheduled, and delay, including administrative delay, undermines the administration of justice. This is like a pretty central tenet of a fair system, that it's not unduly delayed. That delay can itself lead to a violation of procedural fairness. And to me, that's a critical component here that we have to think about as well. Long delays, complicated processes are themselves inherently unfair. So, you know, that's kind of what's driving me in thinking about making this change. And I really do support sending this to the Planning Commission. But I want to add one additional point. I have, and I think this is in contrast to where a couple of our colleagues are, I actually really like and am intrigued, very intrigued by the idea of council members seating their own planning commissioners. I understand the benefit of having a planning commission that is appointed at large and in that sense has a very holistic view. But to the extent we have concerns about accountability in moving this process to the Planning Commission, individual council member appointments to PC would solve that problem. To the extent we have concerns about a lack of geographic or neighborhood representation on Planning Commission, seating our own planning commissioners as council members would solve that problem. So, you know, I think it's something that as we move forward with some of these changes, thinking about ordinance amendments or guidelines, it's something that I'm interested in having a discussion about. And it could be, as part of a general package of amendments, something that gets us to a place of greater representation, greater fairness, and greater efficiency on all of these bodies, which I know we're all really committed to. And then finally, I would just say in closing, I also agree with all of our colleagues. I do want to set better policy here, and I believe that it is our job in concert with and consultation with our experts to determine and set that policy. I don't think we do that effectively through the hearing of ad hoc neighbor v. neighbor disputes on a one-off basis. Instead, I think we can do that effectively by streamlining a really onerous process and then leaning into ordinance revisions, guideline amendments, and I'm glad to hear that SFDB has the opportunity to do that, make those suggestions, and can work with PC to get us there, and grateful for Ms. Colas's leadership in that work and for staff for recognizing the need to do it. So with all that said, I will be voting in support of staff recommendation today.
Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So yeah, I've sat up here before and mentioned that our boards and commissions and committees need an overhaul because I feel like a lot's changed since the time that they were created until now, especially with the advent and advancement in technology. But with that being said, I do have an issue with us relinquishing this authority, so to speak, in the sense of like, you know, I think about how Alejandra Gutierrez and we represent a portion of the community that for the most part is very unwilling to speak up. And I'm trying to think out of the 5 years I've been on council, how many times we've had some person of color here to go through this process. And I'm having a hard time pinpointing that. And to me, that's a red flag that the process is just not built to represent people like that. You know, either when they get the notice saying that, no, you're not allowed to do this, they just accept it and they just submit, or they don't have the means and resources to take it to us. And I find it problematic to just further get rid of that ability for people to come to us as their elected representatives to represent them on decisions like this. So with that being said, I totally understand and appreciate my colleagues' comments, but I don't think I can support the motion.
All right, very good. Well, I've been talking about this for quite a while now, and the reason is because we appoint people to the Planning Commission for their expertise and their experience. And they do design, they do land use, they do neighborhoods. We do everything. We're not particularly good at parsing out one design over another. Size, bulk, and scale. You could tell in our last few appeals where we've really had to ask staff to clarify things for us because our scope of expertise is not narrow enough to really have this. And so the reason why we appoint experts and why we try to get professionals involved in these boards and commissions is precisely that. They represent us, and they are the ones that go forward into the community and understand what's going on. It wasn't the intention of some of my colleagues, but as you talk about whether you knew your neighborhood or not, it kind of was making my point. My point is you have a relatively subjective design process. You have judgments, you have discretion, and you're trying to narrow that down into an objective result to the point that you can. By nature, we are not objective. By nature, except for me, we're district elected. So it's really hard. It's pressure, but it's not a technical conflict. But you are conflicted in your own neighborhood when you've got to judge something that's on the street, one street over from your house, and your neighbor's being appealed. It's hard to remain objective. Planning Commission is that more subjective body that can wrestle that down. They're not subject to election. They're not subject to those kind of pressures. And so I think this makes nothing but sense for us to do. That's the big reason. The secondary reason is expedition. As I think Ms. Harmon brought this up, how just is a system that takes months to get on the calendar because who's ever developing that property has a burden of investment, and that investment just gets deeper and deeper and deeper as time goes on. And may or may not be a good project. I'm really hoping that the SFDB hands a better project to that client. That's the ultimate goal, is we'd never see appeals because the Design Review Board did such a fabulous job of making that project one that would fit in the neighborhood and one that was acceptable to everyone. Obviously, that's not always going to be the case. But for a group that focuses on development, that focuses on building, that focuses on all the things that go on within our community, the Planning Commission is much better equipped to be the final arbiter of what goes on with this particular design review process. I realize the other ones are memorialized in the charter, and that will be what they do, but I think it's a way better result for both parties. It'd be quicker, it'd be a lot less expensive, I believe, and also come up with a better result if they went to a review board that actually did design and whatnot as part of their purview. This is what we don't. We do it occasionally, and we always have questions because it's not what we do. So I think in terms of serving our community, getting to that really just result in the most expeditious way possible, staff's recommendation is really the way to go. And I think that could be, we could also approach on a separate effort, things that Ms. Sneddon talked about trying to tighten up the guidelines and try to get it more understandable. I totally hear you on that. But I think for this particular moment in time, if we can move this forward, because we do have a fair amount of traffic, in community development, and we do have appeals, and we want to give the best service and the most correct service possible. We're more subjective than we need to be on this, and a lot of times we'll go on feelings, emotions, presentations. Somebody who's a really good presenter can maybe win us over. And that's not really the way justice is supposed to work. Oftentimes it does, because all of us want to make everybody happy. That's kind of our nature. And so I'd rather have it take a very, very discretionary process and bring it into a more narrow, as objectively true as possible, with like the corrections Ms. Sneddon's talking about, along with having the right people the professionals that we chose to represent us in these processes doing the job. So I will be supporting staff recommendation. Mr. Jordan, you have your light on.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I'd move staff recommendations A and B, and also add a direction to that for staff to return to council with a status report approximately 12 months after that's up and running.
Okay, that's a motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second, and I do have a question.
Second by Freeman, and you have a question to the motion?
It's a couple of the items that were outside of it that weren't included in the motion, just I want to make sure that we're given direction to look into them. Yeah. Well, I'm not going to make a second motion. Can I just ask the questions? Or-
Sure, okay, go ahead and ask the question. We have a motion on the
Yeah,
floor.
I seconded the motion. Just in terms of the guidelines, the issue about the District Planning Commission and the action minutes, would those all come back and maybe go to the LDT, or how are we going to address those? Or do you have the direction to look into all three of those and come back with a process for us to review those?
If I may, Mr. Mayor and Councilmember Friedman, so the LDTO, the Land Development Team Oversight Subcommittee, the City Council Subcommittee, has been a really incredible resource to bring through these process improvements. So that's the board that we've done all the SFDB process improvements. So I suggest it would go there first to kind of get input on how we doing, and then once we get feedback from that particular group, we would then move on to ordinance committee for any council or code amendments or and things like that. But we could agendize that to be part of the larger discussion, because some things are going to be code amendments, but then other things will be kind of larger process or guidelines, all of which you would have to approve. Any change to our design guidelines, single-family residence design guidelines or code amendments, all must be reviewed and approved by City Council.
So everything outside the motion would come back to LDT?
Correct.
Perfect. I'm fine with that. Thank you.
Okay, so we do have a motion on the floor and a second. Ms. Nedden to the motion? Okay, go ahead.
Well, I think it's also to Councilmember Friedman's question, and I'm not sure if I need to make a separate motion or if these are comments to this motion about the planning.
Mr. Mayor, if I could just interrupt and
Yes, would you
clarify
please?
that Mr. Friedman's comments are not part of the motion, because that would be outside of the agenda. So I think Ms. Kokinda clarified that his comments are just things that the LDT committee may consider, that may come back, but that is not part of this motion. So
So-
if that helps to clarify Councilmember
Yeah,
Sneddon's
kind of a staff
questions
direction as
also.
opposed to, yeah.
Right, yeah.
And
So
an
that's not part
agendized
of this
motion, right.
motion, correct.
Okay, so I guess I need to clarify also then. So then that the design guidelines, some of those might become ordinances, that's in process? Yes?
That's correct.
Okay, and then the definitions for mass, bulk, and scale, that's in process?
Correct.
And then neighborhood compatibility being better defined is in process?
All part of this larger.
And then that handout should be developed for more information and design review process, and I would add that they need to be in Spanish as well. Okay, so correct, those are all already in process.
That's correct.
Thank you.
So we're all contained within the motion, Madam Attorney? We're good?
Yes,
Okay.
thank you.
Ms. Gutierrez, you have something to, okay, we're comment to the motion? No, sorry. Okay, let's go ahead and we have a motion on the floor, we have a second? May we have the vote, please?
Yes, let me read the motion here and see if this is what's understood. Motion by Councilmember Jordan, seconded by Councilmember Freeman, to approve the recommended actions and direct staff to return with a report approximately 1 year after the program is instituted. Okay.
Mr. Jordan, Mr. Freeman, good?
Okay, let's start the vote.
Okay, the motion carries 5-2 with Mr. Gutierrez and Ms. Sneddon opposed. Ms. Gutierrez, had a comment.
I don't know if this is possible. It's more of like giving staff direction. Thinking back in my district and thinking about a project that is actually going to be developing right next to where I live. It's this 2-story home. All of the windows are going to be facing all of our neighbors' yards. Yet, in my neighborhood, nobody doesn't understand the process. So I was wondering, is there a way that in neighborhoods like mine, that it's the working class, the ones that, English is not their first language, or they just don't know the process on how to get their voices heard? Is there a way that we can give more time or more outreach for those specific neighborhoods?
So, Mayor Rouse and Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez, I really want to highlight what we've heard from the audience today and what we're very well aware of, and it's the challenge with participation. And so that is inherent in some of the issues, and that we want to try to kind of create a better process. And I think by having all of the communications within community development, as opposed to having some in the city administrator's office, the city clerk, that will help my team be the point person to not only coach the appellants or coach the neighbors, but also coach the applicants into how to have a better process, and hopefully we can create that kind of connection. So I want to be able to be the point person, or my team to be the point person for your neighborhood, so that they feel comfortable to reach out. And it's more of a one-stop shop as opposed to, oh gosh, where do I go? And I really call out the awkwardness of this appeal process and the communications piece of it, because when they don't understand, like, people don't understand what the city is. They don't understand what SFDB's purview is. So that is all the work that we're trying to do now to try to create a better system and to create better outreach points. And that certainly, if there's information, if there's additional input that we could check in and talk to others, or if anytime they see a yellow sign or receive a mailed notice, we can create, people can request services for translation, and we can prepare that. We just need to know that a little bit ahead of time. So I think that there's going to be certainly materials that could be in Spanish, but I think it's more just like creating those relationships so that people can feel comfortable to reach out, and that it isn't a big scary department, or I don't know how this process works, but this is where we have a lot of room for improvement to help level the playing field. I really want to make sure that neighbors and neighborhoods feel like they can participate, that in these conversations, and that they feel sophisticated enough to know how to participate, because with each board, there's a specific purview that they're allowed to review. And so the Single Family Design Board has to hear a lot of other topics that are outside of their purview, but people don't understand that. So I'm certainly happy if there are ideas, and this is what we're going to be working on, and this is a major piece to it, where I feel like if we will have more success, if we can identify what the process is, limit the number of people that you're working with, getting to the people who can help you understand what is the purview, what can you say, how can you make a better argument in your communications, and then also help you to better communicate with our Single-Family Design Board members as they're reviewing these projects. So it's not a 100% clear answer, but it should feel more equitable across the board for participation. And this is a lot of the points that get awkward, and why people don't necessarily, they enter the game and they feel totally out of their league.
I really appreciate staff's focus on this, and I just wanted to give staff, if you guys could just be mindful that a lot of community members are really intimidated to make that phone call, to come to one of, to the planning commission or to the community development department. I think at the beginning we really have to be out there in the community. I mean, my situation is prime example. I mean, my dad's on my case. Like, you're a city council member, you couldn't even help us. Like, now we're not going to be able to see the full moon because we missed the deadline. And I had to ask staff, like, well, can we still make comments? Can this be changed? And it was too late. And it's just shameful. I voted on the staff recommendation trusting that this will get fixed. But the reason that in my district, you hear a lot of complaints about gentrification, this is why. Because people are not educated on the system. They don't have access to lawyers. They don't have access to fluent English speakers that understand the process. And I'm very, very happy to see how the Community Development Department has grown and has been more accessible to the community, but we still have a lot to work in. Thank you.
All right, very good. And that'll wrap up this item. I'm going to take a little break because we're do have a 6 o'clock time certain for SFDB, as well as interviews for advisory groups. Ms. Sneed, do you have a closing comment?
I do not about this item, but before the break, are we for the, I'm sorry. I'll be leaving before the 6 PM, so if I could just make a quick comment,
Be
general.
careful because we're not agendized for,
Mr. Mayor, are we going to item 18 next, or are we taking the break or coming back at 6?
well,
for item
because it's
18?
it's a 6 o'clock time certain. So if
Right,
you're
I was
going
just
to-
wondering when we're going to do item 18, at 6 o'clock?
It's 6 o'clock, that's
Okay,
correct.
great.
I'm sorry? Yeah. No, the interviews
Oh,
are
the
the
inter-
item after the SFDB at the same time. Okay. I was just a little concerned about the agenda, so,
I'm going to be leaving the meeting and just wanted to make what I would have made comment at the very end of the council meeting before I,
regarding this last item, or?
no, just
Okay,
the report out communications.
okay.
but,
Okay, go right ahead and do that. That'd be.
It's
that'd be
because
good.
I thought we were finished and that 6 o'clock would just be interviews, but I
So you want to
can,
do your council communications? Is that what you'd like to do?
it's not
Please-
council,
Please do.
I just want to make two very quick comments, I'm sorry, before I leave the meeting, to wish Sheila Lodge a very happy 94th birthday. And then also, I'll be leaving the meeting early, and I'd like to honor the memory of my aunt, Joy Shaw, who passed away unexpectedly this morning, I just learned, and so I wanted to honor her.
Thank you. All right, with that, we will go ahead and break and back at 6 PM for the SFDB, what are we doing? SBFD. Some acronym, set of acronyms, we're going to talk about at 6 PM. reconvene the meeting, and we have a ceremonial item to read, if you would, Madam Clerk.
Certainly, recognition of SBFD's Community Emergency Response Team Program graduates.
I'm going to go off script a little bit.
So this is a certificate of recognition on behalf of the Santa Barbara City Council. It is my pleasure to recognize and congratulate all graduates of the Santa Barbara City Fire Department's first ever all-Spanish Community Emergency Response Team CERT program. Over the past 10 weeks, these dedicated community members learned basic disaster response skills such as fire safety, light search and rescue, and disaster medical operations. The City of Santa Barbara is proud to add this cadre of newly trained community members to their disaster preparedness and response efforts. I'm going to think these names wrong. Isabel Beveridge, Asael Casiano, Lydia Cordero, Vicky Estrada, Johanna Garzon, Monica Gastelum, Lilia Luna Hernandez, Feliciana Moran, Catalina Moreno, Romelio Reyes, Maria Salgado, Juan Sanchez, Amorosa Serrano, Marcelo Silva, and Elizabeth Zamora. So,
Mayor Rouse, members of council, this is a fun time for a fire chief to be up in front of you. We get to do a little bit of bragging tonight. We're going to brag about some of our citizens in our community, and I'm going to do a little bit of bragging about Liliana, too. Just to reiterate, the Community Emergency Response Team provides education to community members about disaster preparedness for the hazards they may impact in their area and trains them in disaster response skills, fire safety, search and rescue, team organization, and disaster medical operations. The Santa Barbara City Fire Department has a robust CERT program, which offers courses in both English and Spanish. We offer 2 courses in English and 2 courses in Spanish each year, and we train about 80 volunteers during the course of the year. As Mayor Rouse mentioned, over the past 10 weeks, we have conducted a Spanish language CERT advanced course. The entire course was taught in Spanish. This is my opportunity to brag a little bit. This is the first course that has been taught in Spanish in the nation. The entire curriculum was translated by Liliana Encinas, and she's put a ton of work into this. The curriculum includes both new material and advanced versions of information taught in the basic CERT course. The topics covered in the first all-Spanish Advanced Academy include leadership skills, psychological first aid, navigating language and cultural barriers in preparedness and response, working with people with access and functional needs, animal response assistance and working with evacuation centers, and working with spontaneous volunteers. Participants were also required to complete the 24-hour basic CERT course before they came into the advanced CERT course. We're extremely proud of this cadre of trained community members for our disaster response in our community, and we extend gratitude to Immigrant Hope for their outstanding commitment to their community. This course was put on with the great assistance of Immigrant Hope, and as we know, Immigrant Hope provides a valuable service in our community. I'd like to bring up Liliana Encinas, who will chat just for a couple of minutes, a little bit more in detail about the course. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, council members. Me too. I'm extremely excited to be here. I've been honored to be the person that's been able to work with an incredible group of community members. Our very first CERT class was conducted back in 2018, prior to COVID. And we were all ready to get ready for an advanced course. We had drills, then of course, COVID hit, and our plans changed. And so the group was still eager to continue. So we came back from COVID, did another CERT basic class, which if you're not familiar, CERT is the Community Emergency Response Team Training. It's a 24-hour FEMA curriculum that is a little bit extensive. It covers units from basic disaster preparedness, but we go into depth into terrorism, psychological first aid, urban search and rescue, and other types of disaster response. And so we took another CERT class, and I'm extremely proud to say that these pictures that I'm holding in front of you are the highest attended CERT classes at a national level, and they're this team of folks right here. The Offices of Emergency Services for the state of California has these pictures on their walls of our team here at Immigrant Hope. So this is quite an honor to be with this fantastic group of folks. The idea of an advanced academy is that they can provide additional support to their communities and support to Immigrant Hope. So Immigrant Hope is a great community center that's on the west side of our city of Santa Barbara. And it's a natural community resource. It's what we call community hubs. People tend to go here for resources, for information, so it made sense for us to build a community that's trained to respond when the need arises. And so with that, I would like to extend my greatest gratitude to Immigrant Hope and to all of these individuals that altogether have gone over 80 hours of training in disaster response. So that's quite a lot to volunteer for. I mean, I think you'd agree with that. And so with that, I would like to call them up by name. Cuando los llame, se paran aquí enseguida de mí, los voy a llamar por nombre para que los podamos felicitar. ¿Sí? Okay. Isabel Beveridge. Isael Castellano. Lidia Cordero. Vicky Estrada. Joana Garzón. Mónica Gastelum. Lila Luna Hernández. Feliciana Morán. Romelia Reyes. María Salgado. They're a very shy group, as you can see. Juan Sánchez. Alma Rosa Serrano. Lisbeth Zamora. And we are missing two of our members, but they couldn't get the time off of work. But we will honor them on Thursday with our graduation ceremony, which everyone is invited to attend. It's going to be at Immigrant Hope on Thursday at 8 p.m. in the evening. These classes were held at late hours during the week every Thursday, so we could make sure that we included everything in the curriculum and everybody could attend. So, muchísimas gracias, los felicito y de veras que es un gran honor estar aquí junto con ustedes. Muchas gracias. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council members.
Thank you. Yes, Alejandra, would you like to say something?
Sí. Yo quisiera decirle algo al grupo. Quiero primeramente felicitarlos y que realmente es un honor saber que un grupo que va a servir tanto en la comunidad en los momentos más difíciles, porque sí he visto que uno cuando viene de las comunidades, cuando el primer idioma es español y pasa un desastre, por lo regularmente siempre voltea a ver al vecino y cómo nos vamos a salir de esta emergencia. Y luego vienen los bomberos y los policías, pero a veces hay por el idioma que no podemos entender. Y se me hace tan bonito y muchísimas gracias por haber dedicado tantas horas y sacrificar horas con su familia para servir a nuestra comunidad. Es
un honor saber que ustedes nos están representando a nivel nacional, así que muchísimas gracias.
Took the words right out of my mouth. All right, very good. So thank you very much. Congratulations, everyone. We'll move on to our next item, Madam Clerk. Item to read, please.
Yes, item 19, interviews for city advisory groups.
All right, thank you. So I'm going to read each of the advisory groups, and if you are applying for one of these groups, please come on up and state your name. Got you guys? If you are applying for more than one, if you're interested in more than one, you can just apply one time and just tell us what you are applying for, and we'll go from there. All right, we're going to start out with the Architectural Board of Review. Is anybody here for that? Okay, the Arts Advisory Committee. It's a race to the front.
Yes. Little legs. Good evening.
You
Excuse
can pull
me.
that mic right, yeah, there you go, thank you.
There we go. Good evening. My name is Terry Ball, and I applied for both the Arts Advisory and the Events and Festivals. So we'll cover both at once. To tell you a little bit about myself, I have been a nonprofit arts manager for about 30 years now, primarily in the performing arts. I started out years ago as a theatrical stage manager and worked my way through. Eventually, I received a master's degree in nonprofit arts management from Carnegie Mellon and have worked in a variety of organizations across the country. I've been here in Santa Barbara for about 25 years, working with Ensemble Theater, Santa Barbara Dance Alliance, Speaking of Stories, and others. And for the last 15 years, I've run Center Stage Theater, which is in the top of Paseo Nuevo, and hopefully you're all familiar with it. I am interested in the Arts Council, being part of the Arts Advisory Council, because I think it is a critical part of our community. You asked one of the questions of, what do I feel government's role is in the arts, and what do I feel arts' role is in the community? I think arts are a critical, critical part of our community, not just excuse me, should have brought water. Not just because of the beauty and the enhancement it brings, but because they are a critical economic driver and a critical part of making any community successful. In addition to my work here with Center Stage, I also have been working for the last year for Californians for the Arts, among other things, helping organizations apply to all of the state COVID funding and helping them navigate that quagmire. But part of what that has taught me is how important the arts are to our economy. There are numerous studies about the impact that performance and live arts, that performing arts and visual arts have on a community. And I think that government should support the arts and that the arts can support government. And I think that my experience could be an important part of this committee. And I'm very interested in the relationship between arts and government and would like to help with that. The question specifically about events and festivals, no, I'm not involved in any events that would conflict with these. The events that I'm involved with are not in the period when you can apply for events and festivals grant. I do have a lot of festival experience, including I've run the Santa Barbara Fringe Festival as part of my Center Stage duties for the last 10 years. I think that probably answers all of your questions, and I see I have 10 seconds left. So if you all have any questions for me, I'm happy to answer them.
Thank you. Are any questions for this applicant? Thank you very much. Thank you for applying. Ms. Triotson.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council. I'm George Atchison, and I appreciate this time to talk to you about why I hope to be appointed to the Arts Advisory Committee. I'm a 29-year resident of Santa Barbara, a week away from retiring from my job as Director of Communications at the Gewurz Graduate School of Education at UC Santa Barbara. But separate from what I've done for a living, art in the largest sense of the great creative urges that make humans human is what I do to live. While not a visual artist myself, I have been visual artist adjacent for decades. As a poet, I've given readings in art museums and galleries in town, often about the art on the walls. As a journalist, I've written numerous profiles of our talented local painters and teachers. As a radio host, I've interviewed artists, writers, teachers, and art educators on KCSB. To me, Santa Barbara would not be vital at all without its great wealth of creative people, from those who whimsically paint pianos, to those who happily play them, to those clever enough to come up with the idea to put them on State Street in the first place. And that's just one brilliant example of what this town needs more and more of. As a one-person shop at UCSB, I had to create not only the big picture, 30,000-foot view, but also often had to take the actual pictures, or write the press releases, or pitch the event to the Independent and KUIT, or design the flyers. I'm fully prepared to bring an audience-driven approach and help at any level needed to the Arts Advisory Committee, as that's what I've always done. Plus, I already know and have worked with many in the arts community, from Sarah York Rubin to Patsy Hicks. I also think a town with a rich history in all the arts should consider every one of them, not just the visual. And thinking of those synergies, can we have film poems be part of the film festival? Can we have more ekphrastic poetry readings at art shows? Can we explore how music inspires the culinary arts in a town of so much great food? I'd say we should figure out how to dance to architecture. After all, a vibrant cultural life enriches a town's soul. And often, if you play your cards right, enriches its coffers too, as it draws tourists and tax dollars. Just saying. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Yatsen? Okay, thank you very much. Anybody else for the Arts Advisory Committee? Move on to Building and Fire Code Board of Appeals. Citizens Oversight Committee.
I'm Barbara Silver, and I think I'm the only candidate for this vacancy this time around, so I'll be brief. On my application, I said I was curious about how the money was being spent, and I started out myself looking to see how money was being spent on the ADA upgrades. What I found was a big surprise, not so much that spending, but that Measure C has two requirements that were not being met. One is for a website that does not yet exist, and the other was that this committee should be writing, posting, and publicizing reviews of the reports every year, and that hasn't happened either. So with my background as a librarian, I think I would be, and a government documents librarian, I think I would be an asset on this committee in meeting the requirements of Measure C. So last year I was here and said quite a bit more about myself. If you have questions, please ask me.
All right, very good. Any questions for Ms. Silver? Thank you very much. Thank you for
Okay.
applying. Okay, with that, we'll move to the Civil Service Commission. Community Development and Human Services.
Good evening. My name is Zach Kramer, and I've applied for both the Community Development and Human Services Committee as well as the Neighborhood Advisory Committee. I am a 9-year resident of Santa Barbara. I have 3 daughters in the school system here. Coming out of COVID, my wife and I and our daughters are going to love this city and are looking for ways to give back. So I applied for both these committees with that goal in mind. For the community development, you know, a lot of my career has been spent in the private sector across business, evaluating proposals, trying to figure out the greatest way to make the most impact with very lean resources, a situation obviously we find ourselves in today, so I'd love to use that experience here. And similarly in the Neighborhood Advisory Council, would love to be a way for the neighborhood feedback to get up to the city, and then for the city plans and executions to go back to the neighborhood. I'm happy to speak more about myself, but if you have any questions, please let me know.
Very good. Any questions for this applicant? Nope. Mr. Jordan?
I'm struggling just to get to the right page. Can you tell me what you do for a living?
I am the Chief Operating Officer for a investment firm in town.
See where I'm going, I'm sure. Nico, so there's two people in the Oak Park neighborhood, and I guess my question would be, can I slide Mr. Kramer down into business, community, economic development?
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Jordan, that's correct. He can
Thank
be
you.
slotted into
Great,
that
thanks.
position.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Okay, Community Events and Festivals Committee. Ms. Harwood?
Hello, thank you for having me. I'm Daisha Harwood, and applying for a third term to Events and Festivals. I have had the pleasure of serving with the extraordinary crew, Sarah and her team, on Events and Festivals for the last, I think, 6 to 8 years. And my histories have been in town since I graduated from UCSB in 1998. Married to a retired city employee and have raised children here. I am the executive director of the Santa Barbara Historical Museum, so very familiar with our arts and culture community and well connected amongst the festivals that apply for the funding that come to this committee. And I'm also a very active volunteer at many events here in town, and so I feel like I have a pretty good view of the inner workings of a lot of these festivals that apply for what seems like never enough funding. So that is my story. Can I answer any questions for you?
Thank you very much. Are there any questions, Mrs. Harwood? Mr. Friedman?
It's actually for Nico. You mentioned this is your third term, but on here it says incumbent dates NA. I'm just trying to understand if the discrepancy there.
I don't, Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Friedman, I don't currently have Ms. Harwood on the roster for community events and festivals.
And
my
it is
records.
correct that you're on there, Ms. Harwood? For 2
So
terms?
my term just ended, and I've applied for an additional term.
Okay, and so it's 2 terms that you were on for?
I was on for 2.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Anybody else for Community Events and Festivals Committee? County of Santa Barbara Library Advisory Committee. Creeks Advisory Committee. Harbor Commission.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Kate Ford, and I'm really excited to be standing before you tonight as a candidate to be appointed to the Harbor Commission. As I thought about coming here today, I thought about when I was much younger, many decades ago, my dad would take all 5 of us kids on Christmas Day down to walk the breakwater. And I'm sure that he did it to get us out of our mom's hair, but I think what it did was develop our love of the ocean, of Santa Barbara, of the harbor, and of boating. And while my personal and professional experiences are very wide and varied, I would just say that those loves are the reason that I think I'm here today. I know you reviewed my bio, so I'll just remind you that I'm a lifelong educator. I was a teacher, a principal, a superintendent, and that was for over 40 years, and I just completed my 4-year term on the Santa Barbara Unified School Board. I hold a BA from UC Santa Cruz and an MA from Chapman College, but I think that I'm most loud and proud about being a graduate of Santa Barbara High School. Go Dons. I'm now a member of the Santa Barbara High School Visual Art and Design Academy Board, and I've been on the Education Committee of the Maritime Museum for 4 years, and now I'm also a member of the board of the Maritime Museum. I've spent a lot of time on and around the ocean as a sailor, a whale watcher, a beachcomber, and a pleasure boater, and also as an ocean cruiser. So it won't surprise you that I come down to the harbor 2 or 3 times a week, and I really enjoy it, and I really care about it. I think it's helpful to know that I've served on numerous boards throughout my career, and I have a deep understanding of the Brown Act, of parliamentary procedure, of fiscal transparency, the importance of communication and preparedness, and professionalism. As a retired pensioner, I have the time to devote to being a good commissioner, and I don't have an agenda. I have nothing that I am wishing to promote or change. I'm also not afraid of controversy, and I understand about competing interests at the harbor, but if you've ever seen a school board meeting, you know I understand about competing interests. I think I'm very experienced in getting to yes, thinking outside the box, promoting an understanding of all perspectives, and I always like to say that while certain individuals or groups don't have a vote, they must always have a voice. I've been to a couple Harbor Commission meetings, and I intend to go on Thursday. I like to read, to think. I like to work through controversy. I like to collaborate and decision make, and mostly I like to listen, but not only to colleagues or to staff or even to the city council or to experts, but just to the people of Santa Barbara. It's their harbor, and I'd like to represent them. Thanks.
Thank you. Any questions from Ms. Ford? Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much. I'm going to take a wild guess and say the rest of the people are here for youth council. Is that correct? If you'd like to come up one at a time, introduce yourself and which school you go to, and let us hear what you have to say. Oh, come on up. You can pull that mic right down to you there. There you go.
All right. Hello, I'm Ellie Cuevas, and I go to Santa Barbara High School. I am willing and able to devote the time necessary if appointed. It will be one of my top priorities, meaning that I will be scheduling around it. I know that the Santa Barbara City Youth Council is a group of students from Santa Barbara that speak up and give their input on different topics that concern local youth at their meetings. They facilitate youth forums, are involved in community work, collaborate and engage with multiple community organizations, and work with adults to come up with ideas for solutions to important issues in our community. When I attended the 2023 Youth Speak Out event, I saw an example of how imperative this position is, and I would like to be a part of that. As a youth in the community, I try to get my voice heard as much as I can. With the skills I possess of being a great public speaker, collaborator, and leader that I developed for my 11 years of mentoring and instructing martial arts classes, I have made 2 public comments at the SBUSD board meetings on the topics of racial incidents in the Santa Barbara schools and my experience with the A through Gs. I am also an active member in the SBUSD Youth Leadership Council, where I give feedback to the superintendent and collaborate with my peers from different schools to spark ideas on how we can better our district. I've also collaborated with the new mental wellness campaign, It's Okay Santa Barbara County, where I spoke about my experiences with mental health, and I was chosen to be interviewed by KUYT because of the comments I made. Being a great committer, I spent 6 months doing a cannabis prevention internship where I presented to both parents and teenagers from Santa Barbara to Santa Maria about the negative effects of cannabis. And I was included in a Let's Talk Cannabis ad where I gave my input on how cannabis affects the youth. I also committed 3 months to planning a local Dia de los Muertos event and being the only youth organizer working with different organizations and getting VADA at SBHS and Future Leaders of America involved. I want to be appointed to the City Advisory Group because I believe it is important that the youth is given a voice in the decisions that SB County decides to make. I am also passionate about helping my community, whether that means volunteering, giving my input or collaborating with other teenagers to learn what their different perspectives are and what I can do to help. The issues of both cannabis prevention and the lack of awareness of different cultures in our youth are both important to me. On the issue of cannabis prevention, it is sad to me seeing how many of our youth are starting at such a young age and are getting trapped in the loophole of addiction. I believe that one of the ways of preventing this is to begin educating parents and their children on how impactful it can be in your life. The same thing with the lack of awareness of different cultures. It is so easy for the youth to be disrespectful when they are unaware of norms and customs of a diverse group of people. In order to help aid this issue, I think that schools should be more open with educating and celebrating different events tied with different cultures. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for this candidate? Thank you very much. Thanks for applying. Okay, next up.
Hello, my name is Gabriel Escusa, and I'm a junior at Dos Pueblos High School. Yes, so to answer the first question, I am willing to devote the time necessary to serve if appointed, and if I had any conflicts, I would make sure to check my calendar and let my board members know as soon as possible. So I know that the Youth City Council has the role of serving as a voice for all the youth in our city, but also to facilitate a series of events for all of the youth. So the experiences and skills I possess to serve this position is that over the past 2 years, I've been a board member at Youth Making Change of the Fund for Santa Barbara, which is a nonprofit organization in which we fund $15,000 each year to nonprofit youth-led initiatives in Santa Barbara County. And through this, I have learned a lot about not only what can be done in the community, but what is being done. And additionally, I learned about what it takes to plan events and how to communicate with fellow board members. The skills I possess for the position is I would be very dedicated and I'm hardworking, so I would make sure to put time aside and be very prepared for every meeting that I have to attend. And yeah, I think that's everything. If you guys have any questions, I'd love to answer them. And yeah, thank you so much for.
All right, and thank you for applying. Do we have any questions for this candidate? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Sorry, I also have to pull up the questions. All right.
Go right ahead.
Sounds great. Hello, everyone. My name is Alok Thakrar, and I'll currently be a rising senior at Dos Pueblos High School. I first learned about the Santa Barbara Youth Council through my sister, Anjali Thakrar, who served on the council for a 4-year term. I joined my 8th grade year, so I've served for 4 years currently. Last year I was parliamentarian. I know about the Santa Barbara Youth Council because I've served on it. I know about the activities we do, the speakouts we host, and our general mission, and that we're a liaison to you guys. And my experiences, aside from, of course, serving on the council, that I believe I'm involved in quite an assay of extracurricular activities that makes me really a perfect fit for this position, whether it be being the captain of a robotics team, whether it be involved in research, involved in internships, involved in clubs, involved in sports, involved in mock trial. All of these different extracurriculars give me a unique outlook and unique experiences that allow me to excel in this position and be the best representative of all the different people who come from all these different groups. I want to be appointed to the City Advisory Group because I do genuinely believe that it's very important for youth to have a voice. Teenagers are at this very interesting age where we very clearly have agency and we very clearly have the ability to govern our own decisions. We don't really get that representation in government because we can't exactly vote. I think sources like the Santa Barbara Youth Council are the perfect way to be able to take back some of that agency, to be able to take back some of that representation for our youth, and really just drive home what youth actually wants. And there are no interests which I'm desirous of promoting, or wait, I'm sorry, I misread that question. I thought that was like outside interests, like political misleadings. The interest that I would say that I'm most passionate about would have to be inequality in education. I think education is sort of this foundational root of what students can come to achieve in the future. And I think being able to have equal access to that foundational root that people can then, that really is the defining experience that one gains as a youth into the future is really, really important. As in, I think that people should all have equal access to be able to show their own skills, to be able to display their own talents that will eventually allow them to succeed in the future. Do you guys have any questions? Or?
Thank you. Any questions? Mr. Gutierrez has a question.
Yeah, I just got to say, it was hard for me to recognize you because the first time I saw you compared to what you look like now, how tall are you now?
I have no clue.
Like, you look like a completely different person, but it's great to see you again and that you're still active.
Anybody else with any questions for this candidate? Very good, thank you very much.
Great, thanks.
And I don't think I've missed anybody in terms of interviews, so we'll return back to council member engagements. If anybody has somebody they want to be engaging about. All right, so real briefly, I met with Salute Carvajal's office, and we talked about the FEMA funding for potentially replacing the Laguna Weir Gate, and they were very helpful with that, and talked to the FEMA directors. We spent some time with the San Luis Obispo Chamber, who came down with a large group to visit our desal plant and talk about how that worked, and with Josh Hadmark and Lilia Parento. And then one very cool thing I got to do was I went to Green Hill Software, whose founder's son is somebody my son went to school with, but they have developed everything from the Mars lunar landing to part of the lunar rover, and he's the guy that actually took out a Super Bowl commercial talking about the AI that they use in Tesla, but not in a positive way. So on the 22nd near Peabody School, they're actually doing a live demo of why this self-driving car doesn't self-drive too well. So that'll be, I'm not sure exactly what time it's going to be. I'll let you guys know, but should be quite the event. So, Alejandro Gutierrez, you had a question or a comment?
I just wanted to report that I was with a couple of my colleagues at the New Beginning grand opening of their new location in my district, and it was really nice to see that they finally got an office space that can really fulfill their needs.
Mr. Friedman.
Well, first, thanks, Mr. Mayor, but I sign you up to be in front of that Tesla when it's going, so, rather than myself.
This job's a lot like being a crash test dummy anyway, as you probably know, so.
But I just want to, real quickly, I also attended the grand opening of New Beginnings, new offices, and then this past weekend attended the Green and Blue Gala for the Environmental Defense Center, recognized in Patagonia. But also the big news was that the offshore fracking case that they've had going through the federal court system, the Supreme Court actually decided not to hear that. So they actually won a major case that basically made it to the Supreme Court, and regarding offshore fracking from the oil wells, that will do a lot to protect our environment. So I want to thank the Environmental Defense Center for that tremendous victory that they've had and many years in the making. Thank you.
Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you. Yeah, I attended the McKinley Elementary School graduation. It was great to see that one of my good friends growing up is now the principal there, so that was cool. I attended the Santa Barbara Police Department's torch run for the Special Olympics. That's just a great event, and they all volunteered to do that too, so that was pretty impressive. I attended the ribbon cutting for the Kempton Canary Hotel's Finch and Fork restaurant. Looks like it's going to be a pretty nice place to have dinner. Also attended the State Street RAP meeting, the Communify Heroes Luncheon, where they raised quite a bit of money for that great organization. Also the New Beginnings ribbon cutting, and I believe that's it. Yeah.
All right, very good. And if there are no other reports, we will stand adjourned.